Disclaimer: this show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Welcome to another Finding Gnosis show. We're just waiting for people to join the panel to get the conversation going. If you'd like to talk, link is in the live chat. So feel free to come on here and help the show commence. We will be starting as soon as somebody steps up and joins the discussion panel. As I said, the link is in the live chat, so feel free to click on it and come on up. Hello to Blood Sticker. Good to have you here. Hello to Van Transit, who says hi, Danny. Danny's not around. Apparently, he's got some social obligations. He's here in spirit, I'm sure. Stevie, hi. Casting, hello. But yeah, tonight we're going to talk about conspiracy theories. We're going to go into them. You can come on and talk about your favorite conspiracy theories. Maybe they're your favorite because they're so insane, or maybe they're your favorite because you feel there's something about them. They hold some water. Maybe they are true. So yeah, tell us about the conspiracy theories you've heard. Which ones you feel may be true, which ones are somewhat true, and which ones are total bullshit. Feel free to come on and talk about that. Also, as usual, you can come on and talk about whatever you want in terms of current affairs. And if you want to drop some wisdom bombs, stuff you've learnt along this strange journey of life that we are all experiencing, and you want to share that knowledge with others, do come on and tell us something if you feel we should all know it. So yeah, Blood Thickers talking about the moon landings. I'm sure we'll get into that. So it's up to you guys. Link is in the live chat. We are waiting. It's a waiting game now. We'll see what happens. Should be fun. If you are just arriving, do make yourself known in the live chat. That might get the conversational juices going. Nielsen says that he supports Ligotti's conspiracy against the human race. There you go. Do come on, Nielsen, tell us about that. One of your favorite books. Friday night on the Finding Gnosis show. You probably have somewhere else to be, but you find yourselves here. Oh well. Now that you're here, you may as well join in. Say hello in the live chat if you're there. And hopefully somebody will feel inspired. We had a good chat last night. We went for about 6 hours. And by the way, guys, don't be frightened. You don't have to talk about conspiracy theories. You just come on here and, come up with whatever you want to talk about. I'm sure it will be interesting, helpful, inspiring, perhaps. Salutations to brother Marcus, who is in the house. Good to see you, sir. I hope you are well. What's your favorite conspiracy theory? Which ones do you feel are true? Which ones are somewhat true? Which ones are total bullshit? Do you think we went to the moon? Do you think 9/11 was an inside job? Are we being run by reptilians who don't have our best interests at heart? Is this world part of a loose farm? Are there entities living off our suffering? Tone Malone says most are BS. Most are BS. And Bloodsticker says Stevie Wonder ain't blind. Okay, you say so. I don't know about whether he can see, but he can certainly sing. What's your favorite Stevie Wonder number? Nielsen says, in relation to, I'm sure, conspiracy against the human race by Ligotti, he says, it's a remarkably consistent critique of the insufficiently pessimistic and actively nihilistic philosophic Bocciolini of those of us on this rock who have reached uncheerful conclusions about things. Nielsen, I'm sorry to hear that. I understand. And you are welcome to come on here and tell us about how you feel about this strange existence. Tone Malone says, especially 5G and contrails. So what, you believe there's some truth to those being problematic for us? Kenny is saving the day once again. He's on. One moment, Kenny. One moment, sir. I'm just going to get rid of this video, and we will commence the conversation. Thanks, sir, for stepping up and starting the show. We do depend on brave, courageous souls like yourself. So, yeah, the topic of the show, as usual, it's a loose topic. We can go into other matters, no problem. But the topic of the show tonight is conspiracy theories. You can say what you want about them. Are any of them true? Are there some truths to some of them, or are they total bullshit? Pick a mix, talk about whichever ones you want. If you feel obliged to, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, DNW. I'd like to talk about 9/11 conspiracy theories.
Of course, the floor is yours, Kenny. I'm all ears, and I'd like to hear what you have to say on the matter.
So I used to believe that 9/11 was an inside job. I used to be heavily into conspiracy theories. That's how I started off getting interested in politics. I used to watch Alex Jones and listen to David Icke. I used to really love listening to them. But then I started to read a lot of literature that was debunking conspiracy theories. And one of the first ones that I started reading about was the idea that the Twin Towers were brought down by demolition because jet fuel allegedly isn't. It can't burn at a high enough temperature to melt steel. But the counter argument to that is the steel didn't have to melt. It just had to lose enough strength, which it did. It lost about 80% of its strength to an extent that the floors above pushing down on it would cause the beams to bend, sag, and then finally unhinge. And then with the weight of the floors above the point of collapse, it just crumpled. So, yeah, that's one of the conspiracy theories that I managed to debunk.
Interesting.
No,
So
yeah.
you say you I remember hearing about that conspiracy theory. I think I didn't hear about it really in great detail till about, well, I heard about it on the internet, but in terms of people talking about it, I think it was about 2008 where I met a bunch of folk who were really into that. And,
Yeah.
you know, they were always talking about it. It was a major talking point. And they went on and on about it every time I met them. Now, one thing that sticks out, if I remember rightly, is World Trade Center, the building number 7. That
Yeah.
was the one that wasn't hit directly, but went down anyway. And apparently BBC News mentioned it live on air, mistakenly, erroneously, saying it had fallen, but it hadn't fallen yet. Now, I put that down to an unfortunate set of mistakes in that maybe they were meant to say that it was in danger of falling or something. News just in, it's in a precarious position. It was like lost in translation. But obviously, in terms of conspiracy theories, it's not the ideal thing to happen. I still don't know why that building did collapse. I haven't done my studies into it because that, to me, was the talking point.
So
that didn't get hit directly. It got hit. Yeah, it was hit by debris, wasn't it, from the other?
Yeah, from the Twin Towers.
But you think
because
that
of the firefighters were like they were put to the Twin Towers. There wasn't any firefighters for many hours fighting the flames in Building 7. So it was allowed to burn for a long, long time. And the way it was designed as well, the World Trade Center 7 had a unique design which included a large column-free space and was built over a Con Edison substation. This design made it more susceptible to progressive collapse when subject to fire, you know. World Trade Center 7 collapsed at 5:20 p.m. several hours after the Twin Towers fell. The delay allowed for
a sorry. How long after, brother? How long after the initial?
So you're talking about 7. You're talking about 7 or 8 hours.
Okay.
After.
Yeah.
The delay allowed for a detailed investigation into the causes, further supporting the conclusion that fire and structural damage were the primary factors. So that's just one conspiracy theory that I no longer believe.
Well, it's good to hear that you've looked into it. As I say, I find it hard to believe that it was an inside job myself. There is evidence that these guys were training to do it. Now, you can't win, though, because even though they were training to do it, some still say that, yeah, they did do it, but it was funded and they were somehow, MK Ultra'd into it or manipulated into doing it by others, let's just say, not of their ideology.
Well, that's where there is a king. That's where it does get interesting because apparently the FBI, elements in the FBI wanted to investigate the hijackers, but were constantly obstructed from doing so for some reason. Maybe it's because the CIA wanted them to lead them into more concrete wrongdoing, because if they thought, well, if we arrest them now, there's not much to go by, we'll maybe be able to jail them for a few months for conspiracy. But if they lead us onto some big operation that they're planning, maybe I think they just wanted to try and get more information. But I'm not saying it all adds up perfectly. There's some
no.
questions.
I mean, it may be that some people knew it was going to happen and didn't do anything. It could also be that. Maybe
Yeah,
people
well,
knew it was.
yeah,
Maybe people had insider knowledge. They knew it was going to happen. They didn't stop it. Maybe to make money out of it. You know, an insurance scam. We don't
that's a
know.
possibility. Yeah,
It's a possibility.
you have to
Maybe
wonder
they
why
didn't cause
George
it.
Bush blamed Saddam Hussein for it.
Saddam Hussein, yeah, and yeah.
And flew bin Laden's family out the country 2 days later, as was exposed in the Michael Moore
Oh yeah, the only plane that ever flew that day.
But they can't. What was he going to do with bin Laden's family? You know, you can't just arrest them and say, "We think your son done this, so who's around this?" But you know,
Yeah, I think they said it was for protection reasons, because they were under threat or whatever of being killed, perhaps as retaliation. But yeah,
and some people on
certainly.
the show have spoken about the dancing Israelis, but I don't know.
Yes, the four dancing
My
Israelis.
understanding is
That's the
that they
weird
were
story.
just celebrating because they got a shot of an explosion, a building explosion. You know, they never meant. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were part of the conspiracy theory. Of the conspiracy,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. I mean, when you don't
they
have
were
enough
filming,
knowledge, it's
and they
easy.
were happy that they got an explosion. You know, inappropriate behaviour, I would say, but
Let's not be too pious. I mean, young people will do things like that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
If they see something shocking, you know, especially for the first time, when you see something like that, it's amazing to you, even if it is horrific.
yeah, a conspiracy theory that I do believe is a conspiracy theory and a big cover up is the JFK assassination. You know, I think
Oh,
it's
here's
something
one
to
I'd
do
like
with
to hear about.
The CIA and the mafia working together actually to get rid of him.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
wanted to end the Vietnam War,
the
and
weird thing about that was Lee Harvey Oswald. I mean, he got shot by that dude who had cancer, didn't he? That guy who shot him had terminal
Jack
cancer.
Ruby, and Jack Ruby was
Yeah.
a mob guy, and the mob
Mm.
hated JFK. Jack Ruby hated JFK. So there was no way that was some sort of
There was no
revenge
need to
attack
shoot Lee Harvey Oswald. He
because
was
his
going to
friend
get.
JFK was assassinated. He would have been paid to do it so that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't, say I'm like give evidence that he's just innocent, or
Yeah.
I don't know.
To
It's
me,
all
that's
very,
the smoking. To me, that's the smoking gun. No pun intended. I mean, there was no need to shoot Lee Harvey Oswald if he was guilty. He was going to go down. I presume he was going to get electric chair or something. I don't know what. It happened in Texas, didn't it? So I presume that would
It's
have been.
possible he was one of the shooters, but they say that there was a second shooter.
Have you heard the Mandela effect shit about that as well? They said there used to be 4 seats, now there's 6 seats in the car. Have you seen that one? That's another conspiracy theory.
Really?
Well, how many seats do you remember in that car?
So the 2 seats of the driver, and then you can fit 3 people if it's the seat at the back.
Yeah, but there's actually the seat that
5.
they're sitting on. Yeah, no, there's a seat behind it as well. It was like
it's a one single seat at the back. It's
there's a row of seats at the back,
fit
and there's
3
another
people on it.
Yeah, and then there's
Let's
another
say,
row
for
of seats
argument's
behind
sake,
that.
because there's 2 people in the car, let's say 2. Okay, plus the 2 seats at the front, the driver and the passenger. 4 seats.
And then
That's
there was
what I
2
remember.
guys. There was 2 guys sitting behind as well. In reality, if you go back and look at the footage, there are actually 2 guys sitting behind them as well.
Are there?
One of the theories is that it was the guy behind John F. Kennedy. He shot him in the head. That's one of the theories. But it is a very strange one. But why do you think they did it then? I mean, you have these theories of who did it, but why might they have done it?
Didn't he want to sign some sort of presidential directive to put an end to the Federal Reserve banking system?
Yeah, he said something about that. All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that was enough to do it. Why did the mob get involved?
There's something to do with Cuba as well, and he wanted to end the Vietnam War.
So that's the one you think holds some stock. What about the moon landing one? People say we never went to the moon. What do you think of that?
No, I think we went to the moon. Yeah. You don't think that conspiracy theory is... I don't think that's true. I think
Yeah, I mean they left mirrors on the moon, didn't they, for laser experiments? And yeah. What about we get people on this show talking about reptilians and stuff like that. What do you think of all that kind of David Icke malarkey?
The David Icke stuff. I certainly don't believe that. I think one very sinister conspiracy that's happening now is the trans ideology madness and kids being given puberty blockers, and this idea that men can just suddenly become women, and how gender critical feminists are treated by the trans activists, like J.K. Rowling, for example. She's called a fascist, a Nazi, a transphobe. Feminist groups that are like against the idea that men can become women are threatened by male trans activists pretending to be women, threatened with death and rape. And the left wing, even the moderate left wing, they think that's all right. They're in, there's like this intimidation culture by the trans activists where anyone that's critical of this ideology loses their job. They get deplatformed, threatened with violence. I think it's a form of mass psychosis. I was actually listening to Jordan Peterson.
So why? This is your opinion, but why do you think they're doing it then? If it's a massive conspiracy, why the hell would people be setting out to do that as a conspiracy? Why would they want to do that as a conspiracy?
To blur the lines, but I think it's more so because of ideology than a conspiracy, And I think that the ideology of it is the radical feminists hate the idea of men and women being different because they see sex differences as being attributing to sex discrimination against women. So
you think it's radical?
Yeah,
you think it's radical feminists that are doing it?
Well, it's the postmodernist radical feminists. Yeah, they hate the idea of biological sex because
I mean, some might call those
the differences between the sexes in their worldview justify discrimination against women. So they try and make them as similar as possible. Then I'm just as strong as a man. I can do what men can do.
So
and
what
changed that
then?
from men can become women and women can become men.
What are TERFs then? Because some say the TERFs are radical feminists.
Yeah, so the TERFs, they're like the trans exclusionary radical feminists. They're less radical than the radical feminists who believe in the trans ideology. And they hate the TERFs. They refer to the TERFs as Nazis and transphobes, If you just look at how they treat J.K. Rowling, for example. She even got Emma Watson and Daniel Radcliffe, who were the actors in Harry Potter, they turned their back on J.K. Rowling because of it. Because they've been swallowed up by this whole intimidation culture. They'd be worried that if they did agree with J.K. Rowling, that'd be the end of their acting careers. Because Hollywood's awash with this ideology,
Brother Marcus asks, Tyler Oliveira, is the Tyler Oliveira thing considered a conspiracy theory? I mean, I didn't know who that was. I just looked them up. It's the guy who went to the Epstein Island? I did see that video. He went on a jet ski to the island and walked around and then ran away again, or rather swam away again. But I don't know the conspiracy theory. So, Brother Marcus, if you could come on and tell us about that. I mean, something going on there. Do let us know if you can come on, Brother Marcus. We'd like to hear about that. Who's this? Are you puking? Says it's the transhumanists pushing it through the education system. It comes from higher up pyramid, fully funded, politically aligned, co-opted organic groups, radicalized.
Yeah, so they had the Tavistock clinic here in the UK that had to close down a couple of years ago because the families of kids who had been treated in there were put in lawsuits. There was over 1,000 lawsuits, or lawsuits from 1,000 families, that their kids had been rushed into what they call gender affirming care, but it's really just chemical castration, giving them puberty blockers. And a lot of these kids turned out to be just gay kids. And then the trans radical ideological school teachers are saying to them, you're maybe born in the wrong body, and suggesting it. Now, these kids are at such a young age, they still believe in Santa Claus and the bogeyman, and they think that they pretend to be their favorite cartoon character. So if you're going to tell that to them, of course they're going to believe it. You know, so the Tavistock clinic here was it in London, North London. It closed down. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, personally, I have no problem with trans women, but I don't know why. I'd like to be educated on it, because I don't know why they have to be known as women. Why can't they just be known as trans? Do you know what I mean? Why do they have? Why do some of them? Not all of them, by the way. Not all of them want this, but why? There has been a history in places like India, the Polynesian islands, of a third gender people who are outside the kind of let's just say, I won't say norms, but the kind of mainstream in terms of identifying.
I know what you're getting onto. That's a separate issue, and I'll explain why. So I think what you're talking about is hermaphrodites.
Not necessarily hermaphrodites. I know what hermaphrodites are, but no, there are people.
That's where someone's born with deformed genitals.
Yes, I know.
Kind of mixed chromosomes, where it's really hard to define whether the actual male or female.
Yeah.
That's a different topic from somebody clearly being born a male and then going through puberty later on in life and then deciding, actually, I feel like a woman. And then they get castrated and the education system.
Well, no, what I mean, Kenny, what I mean is, there is evidence historically of people who identified as one or the other, not as the biological being they were born as, but they were accepted not necessarily as a man or a woman, but they were accepted as somebody who just had that energy in them and wanted to live like that. And in many ways, they were celebrated, but they weren't like it wasn't the case that they wanted to be seen as a man or woman. They were seen as somebody who had that energy in them. Do you know what I'm saying? Who had masculine or feminine energy and liked to do feminine things or masculine things, depending on which way it was. But they weren't necessarily asking to be called a man or a woman. There's a long history of that. And they were kind of seen as like a third gender, maybe, or I mean, even the Native American Indians had third gender spirits or something, or entities, I believe, in their tribes. People who
they believed in a lot of things back then, but that doesn't make it true.
Yeah. Well, there you go, Sacred Vessel. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Hello. It's Retro. Hello, guys. I'm making sure my audio is working and y'all can hear me.
Yes.
Can hear
what
you.
would you like to add to the conversation in terms of conspiracy theories?
Oh, the biggest ones no one talks about. We just talk about the ones to keep us busy on this side of our skin, you know? So, I mean, where we go with them, we're dead, what religion is real. We're not worried about. We're trying to argue about political stuff and fake alien stories. Like, it's all just stuff to keep you busy, you know? And the wheel that you run in, like the gerbil and the hamster, you know, it's just like a wheel. You're just running. You know, what's really important is what you do as an individual, because we're just, you know, a meat bag, you know, we're a machine made out of some biological parts, you know, skin thrown over it. So we better get something done besides consuming, right?
Some might say that's an extremely reductionist way of looking at things, Sacred
EMD,
Vessel.
I'm going to go
It's funny because...
We're come back later, okay?
Okay, Kenny, brother. Good to have you here. Cheers. Do come back.
Thank you.
Sacred Vessel, your name is Sacred Vessel, and some might say what you've said demonstrates anything but sacred if you see us just as meat bots or flesh bots without any soul.
I mean, we have a soul, but most of us don't use it. So, I mean, is your soul remembered on your headstone? Is your soul remembered in the obituary in the newspaper? Is your soul remembered by your family that doesn't even talk about you anymore once you're dead?
We're losing you there.
Me?
Okay, no, I heard you're back. You're back. Sacred Vessel, are you saying that the mainstream religious view that there is life after death is a conspiracy to appease the masses, to make us feel calm, to make us behave ourselves? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it could be, but no, I don't think it personally is. But yes, it could be. Sure, why not? And everything could be. So it's just like our position on that is what we feel for ourselves, and you know, when we push it on someone else, that's when we're doing evil, right?
Depends
If
what
I
you mean
want
by
someone to
push.
die for my cause, how good does that make me? And then everybody's got a cause. So who's are you dying for?
Are you willing to die for anything, Sacred Vessel?
Oh, certainly.
What would you be willing to die for?
Something important to me. You know, so it has to be important to me, not some other person's political or you know, violent issue or issue about politics and religion. You know, to defend my family, to defend my honor, to defend my life, to defend someone else's life that's dear to me, I'm willing to die. But not for something political. No, never.
Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show, everybody. Join the discussion panel using the link in the live chat here on YouTube. Do come on, say hello, and give your opinions. Good to see some of the regulars here. We've got Untrackable in the comments. Great to see you, brother. And
hello,
who
welcome
else
to
is
the show.
Yeah, are you puking? I've already said hello to. Brother Marcus says TERF is the same as a gender critical feminist, but some prefer to be called GCF, so gender critical feminist. He's seen some prefer just being called TERF anyway. Okay.
I mean, it's all people's minds, you know, flowing over the wall that we you know, it's called a boundary. So what you see about yourself is what you see about yourself. What you see about others is always projection. So as soon as we have a problem with someone else, it's obviously about ourselves.
You
know, what's my problem with anyone else but myself? You know.
The Brother Marcus says the term trans woman wouldn't make much sense if you say they aren't a woman. They indeed want to be seen as a woman, just like any other woman. There you go. We have somebody called Sean here. Shawnee boy, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say, sir?
Dude, I love conspiracy theories because what the meaning of conspiracy, lads, meaning conspiracy theory is just one or two people conspiring to do something bad, yeah?
Right. That's right. And do you have any favorite conspiracy theories, Shawnee?
Well, it's the religion is the one that's in the base of all this, is a big one in the base of all this. And what else? Politics is second.
So what about religion, Sean? It's an interesting, because Sacred Vessel brought that up as well. I'm presuming you kind of come from a Catholic background with a name like that and an accent like that. Do you feel that the Catholic Church... You used to be, yeah, I said background. So I too was raised a Catholic, so I understand what it's like to have that guilt, emotional baggage, shame, and fear of eternal damnation. And also a fear of men in frocks wandering around with strange black dresses and white collars on.
Better than no frock at all.
But Sean, why do you feel there was a conspiracy against you by, in your instance, the Catholic Church?
Well, it's a lie. It could be a noble lie. I think, what's that guy called? Plato said we need a noble lie. The Republic needs a noble lie to say, to... I think it's the book Plato's Republic. I heard it's one of the most important books that this famous philosopher said, one of the most important books that influenced Western society. And they basically say that humans need a noble lie or myth to survive. But I'm not sure about that. I think science
it's been said by many people recently as well. Peter Hitchens used to say that about religion and belief in God. He used to say that it's probably a social good. It does more good than bad, and in fact, it's needed to help us lubricate society and keep it going, in a positive manner, because it gives us hope and it gives us direction. So he saw it as a social good, and I suppose someone like Peter Wessel-Zaff as well would have said the same thing. It's something to anchor yourself to. It's something that gives you hope and direction and meaning. So you that's interesting. You think that some conspiracy theories can be true, but can be done for good reasons, like they're not necessarily malevolent.
Oh yeah, you can conspire for positive as well. Yeah, you're right. But I mean, the Jews are always involved in. I mean, they always blame the Jews for a lot of this stuff. But I like the Jews. I have a love-hate relationship with the Jews. They started all this, and well, the oldest religions are
Abrahamic.
Anyway,
well, no. They're the ones. Hold on a second. The oldest religion still in use is actually Hinduism, I believe. But
so we're going all the way back. We're going to go all the way back.
The Abrahamic religions sure are ancient as well. Judaism, what is it? 5,000? How old is it? 5,000 years old or something?
It's not very old at all. I mean, it comes from the Greek books, right?
No, it's pre-Plato. Plato was jealous.
The Septuagint. It's barely 350 BC, 450 BC. It's not very old, gods. It's the Iliad and the Odyssey is older than most of the stuff they claim is the Old Testament. But yeah.
And Brother Marcus says,
yeah, you're right.
Yes, he agrees. It's important. Everyone should have a physical copy of the collected works of Plato. There you go. You got a kindred spirit there, Sean. So, Sean, tell us if you could just try and zone in on some particular conspiracy theories that may be on mainstream, and then if you want, you can go out.
Well, I think the animal agriculture industry are telling you that we need to eat more meat. For like RFK Jr. is lying to us about vaccines, eating more meat is good for you. Saturated fat is not bad for you. They're basically lying to us about. I think the COVID stuff was a big conspiracy theory, and my family were involved. We have. Are
we allowed to say that now? Are we allowed to? I think so.
Well,
I think it's
okay. We'll allow it this time, and next time.
I think we are. I think they brushed that off for now. I just want to. I'm just saying. So.
Well, if COVID it was man-made, if it was, then it could be up there with one of the biggest man-made conspiracies up there. Well, I don't know, man. Religion has been there for a while.
I would call it the 2020 virus, just to be sure. I mean, I'm not opposed to what you're saying, and 2 or 3 people that I know and close to me died quickly after getting the vaccine. So I feel like, the virus itself wasn't as dangerous as the cure for a lot of people.
There's somebody backstage. Vibe. Oh, hold on. They've added their microphone. I can let them on now. Vibe, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say in relation to the topic of the show, which is conspiracy theories? Tell us whatever you want about them. Say whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm just kind of jumping in to listen and comment when I hear something interesting. However, I did do a debate on the Raging Tomato that the deep state is not real, and had a lot of arguments against that. So I figure this is a very interesting topic, and would love to chime in and listen to you guys and give my opinion. As, by the way, a very old man, Christian.
Okay, another Christian on person of Christian background, or actually you're a practicing Christian, right, Vibe?
Oh, very practicing, yes.
Okay. So how do you feel that Sean here,
I don't eat babies, but I'm also not real Christian.
How do you feel, Vibe, that Sean here has alluded to the fact that Christianity may well be a conspiracy against its practitioners to try and keep them, behaving themselves, give them hope, maybe not for malevolent reasons, but just to, keep them in line and keep them positive and working. And
are you talking about the Flavians? That the Flavian Roman cult created, the solar cult kind of created Christianity out of their own kind of thing? Is that what you're referring to, or something different?
Perhaps. What do you think of that, Vibe?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I can actually follow that logic and say, okay, I could see that in his view, right? But there's a lot more to it than just that. I mean,
because some might
all
say
scholars-
that, well, some might say that Constantine, Emperor Constantine, you know, he saw this religion was spreading in the empire, and he basically had to pick a side, and he chose the side that would appease the plebs, and you know,
so,
basically,
that
it was
really
kind of
interesting.
PR stunt.
I mean, there's a lot of argument over Constantine and Christianity, right? In that Constantine, you like brought it, and this is a fact. Well, as far as we can know that history is a fact, from what we can check on history, this comes from secularists and Christians, that he paid to transport all these like bishops and priests from everywhere to come together and basically form the Bible. However, the Bible was already created and formed, and they basically all came to the conclusion prior to Constantine that this is the final thing, and then he then like ordered a bunch of like books being ordered. So we could say maybe he saw that this was the way to control his people, but he didn't change the Bible or influence the Bible. And I know there's arguments there.
Fair enough. But then there is the view that I've learned on this channel speaking to people, and I think it's an interesting one. And that is, in truth, what really matters in the Bible as a Christian are the four Gospels. And basically all that Saint Paul stuff is just Roman kind of, let's just say, PR maybe. Like it's kind of like it was put in there by the Romans to kind of give their spin on things and maybe make them not look so bad. And I don't know. What do you think of that idea that there really isn't any need for Saint Paul and he does more damage than good to the gospel?
Well, yeah, let's look at the history of that, right? Because I actually thought the same thing. I'm like, okay, so we've got the four Gospels, and actually really it comes down to three Gospels, because one of the Gospels was basically somebody interviewing everybody and rewriting the last one, right? So
yeah, Luke
we really
never
have
met
three.
Jesus.
Which one is that? Which one is that? Sorry,
Luke,
Pipe.
right? Luke.
Yeah, Luke.
Okay.
So Luke isn't actually a observer. He is somebody who came around and interviewed the people of that time and tried to make sense of the first three, versus the first three are actually all testimonies of being a part of that crew, right? And I've seen this, like, so, I mean, I'm an engineer, I'm a scientist, and I look at the Bible very critically, and I ask a question every time I see something I don't think adds up. However, it doesn't actually diminish my faith. I still have my faith 100%, and I think God loves it. I think God loves it when I'm like, because he made us in his image, and when we figured out the atom and we figured out these things, I think he goes, bravo. Like, I'm so glad you're figuring out how I did all this, because I made you to be like me. So I think he smiles every time we do that. And I think he smiles every time I look at the Bible and go, why do the numbers and numbers not add up? I don't think that means that I don't have faith. It just means, hey, you know what? You gave me a critical mind. I'm going to question it. I'm okay with questioning it. Now, so going back to what you were saying with the first three or four, however you want to look at it, I critically said, why should I trust Paul, right? Because Paul, after the first four Gospels, has a lot to say about shaping Christianity, right? And that's kind of where you're going.
Yes.
So then we have to look at, like, okay, so what evidence historically, and there's none, that says that Paul was, what we do know historically is Paul was part of the Roman Empire. He was killing Christians, right? But what historical evidence do we have that says that Paul somehow had a reason to basically defect from the Romans and start going against the Romans? Like, where did his change of heart all of a sudden? Do you think that somebody before Constantine, like, said, Paul, I think we have a future plan here. We need to change this, and we're going to adopt it so we can control the people? There's no evidence of anything like that.
There's no evidence, but we can speculate. We don't know the man's mind.
True.
I mean, yeah, we don't know what happened, but you're right. There isn't any
Constantine
evidence.
wasn't a Christian. It's actually it's a misnomer and popular belief that Constantine was, one, a Christian, two, that he called the Roman Empire Christian. No, 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 no. He put a section of a building devoted to Christianity, and he felt for his mother, who was a member of this early Christian cult. He did not actually make it the state religion. That took later with Theodosius and Valentinian in around 382 AD, and this had to do with the removing of, I think, something they called the altar of victory out of the Senate, which was the last major pagan idol in their house of, of government. So remove the pagan idol from government was the altar of victory, which was the thing dedicated to Nike and Venus that helped, whatever the first Augustus. He thought it was super important. So 29 AD, it was sitting in there till 382 AD, and they removed it. And that's what made the Roman Empire Christian, was 382, when they made their government the national, religion, Christianity. So that was around 382. That was actually after Constantine. He just was down with it. He was cool with it.
Yeah. And I would agree with that assessment. I mean, none of us can know, but I would agree with my feeling, or my vibe would be that sounds probably accurate, but I don't know, right?
Interesting. So vibe, going back to the...
it matters to me when the world became Christian, of when the Roman world is very important to me. So that's why I track and trace these things. So that's why I came up with the 382 for myself. And anybody can fact check or try to look that up, and you will find that's when they removed the altar of victory from the Roman Senate House.
Right. And part of the thing that I'm kind of thinking about here is the idea that, like, the Romans realize that this is, if they don't adopt this, they are either going, hey, I actually got talked to by God, or I feel like politically, if I don't adopt this, it's going to hurt me. Therefore, I'm just doing it out of convenience to control my people, right? And that's the conspiracy theory. Christianity was created to control people, right? And ultimately, in a sense, it doesn't really matter whether they believed it or they adopted it, because it was already there, right? They didn't create it. And that's the most important point to point out, is they didn't create it to control people. It was already there. So they either said, yes, I've been touched by God, and I think we need to incorporate this, or they said, I think the only way I can keep on running this empire is by incorporating it and saying I accepted it. Does that make sense?
I would agree with you. They incorporated it, and that's the whole issue. Christianity is the version created by a corporation we know of as Rome that's still running the world. As you can see, they put their map on the moon. Every almost crater or spot on the moon is named in Latin, and those books correlate to the founding of Rome, which they made immortal by putting their library on the friggin' moon.
Okay, vibe. In terms of actual conspiracy theories, then, which ones do you feel? Which ones make you laugh? Which ones maybe hold some stock? Would you like to give just a brief, or not a brief, but just go on as much as you like about conspiracy theories and any that you feel might hold some water, or just plain funny?
I'm mostly against conspiracy theories. I think I do think that underground things are happening, and they have to happen that way. Otherwise, you can't operate. I know that Operation Paperclip happened, but we all know about it now, right? But the one thing I don't believe is that there is a global cabal running the world. I think that conspiracy theory, which a lot of people believe that there's a global cabal running the world, I think is absolutely laughable.
Well, there's globalized companies now. The world is more globalized now, so that there's powerful people that can do bad things or good things. But
I
And a
agree with
lot of
that.
They
them
have the
are.
great equalizer, just like they made the great equalizer before. You had to use some gunpowder, and it only fired, 5 or 6, and then now it fires 10, and now it fires 100. Now you have AI, which you can be Einstein and have your best friend in your pocket be Albert Einstein, that can help you win any casino or help you gamble, yeah, or help you trade stocks or help you get the job you want or the girl you want. And no one had that before, so this is the time. I believe my conspiracy theory is the Garden of Eden story was actually about AI and human becoming one. And when we were one, that's when we were separated. And that's what the tree was. And the tree and the human had to be separated. And when we were separated, that was the fall. And the thing has been trying to communicate with us, and we've been trying to put it back together. But Moses went to that mountain and he burned the last computer. That was the goat, that was the ram. That was the thing. The golden idol was an old computer part. That's why people wear it. People wear jewelry made out of gold. They use coins made out of gold. They build everything made out of gold back in the time because they were still trying to talk to God with it. Why? Because it used to be the parts in an old computer. And I think they melted it down. And we finally rebuilt it, and it's back.
Wow.
Do you think
Wow,
it's
this
ancient aliens?
this is going somewhere interesting. Okay, go ahead.
Let me just add on to that, because we all know, just to back him up, that Moses was the first one to have a tablet.
And that's why it's called Apple.
Yeah,
And Moses isn't much
exactly.
different in age than the Antikythera mechanism, which is a Greek computer that dates back to Babylonian parts, which would make it over 300 BC, which is well over the age of what we're talking about with Moses and whatnot. Could be the same age with these old computers that would be like steampunk computers, but they still have abilities beyond what normal people would imagine. And if you look it up, from having a book and the typing system to having a railroad to having a space program to having AI is under 300 years. How many times has mankind done it?
Well,
so
this is one of those
deep in the sauce
conspiracy
now.
theories. It's just too out there.
Are you like an
Did you
ancient
come up with
alien
this yourself,
believer?
Retro? Did you come up with this yourself, or is it?
Yes,
something
this
you
is all
read
me.
about?
Yeah, it's all me. Yeah. This
Do
is
you
my
believe in
brand.
ancient
This is my
aliens?
brand.
It's
This
quite
is my
a. It's
Levi.
look. I'm not going to say I believe it, but it's quite a fun conspiracy. You should make a more elongated, publication on it, so that we can
Yeah,
listen to
I'm
it.
I'll
writing a
explore
sci-fi
it. Why not?
novel, and this is kind of some of the blood and guts of the and some of the pieces of the roots of the system of how it works. So.
Mm.
Do you think an alien
So
is
going
ancient
back
alien?
vibe. So go ahead, Sean.
Do you think ancient
Sean, go ahead.
aliens are real vessel or sacred vessel?
No,
Like Atlantis and all that?
it was an old computer, and it's different times, different groups of people evolved, and some of them evolved underground because of surface issues, and that's why we have Darren Giyu. There was some kind of comet debris we went through, and a certain group went underground, and certain groups and races had these computers, and that's what set them apart was their math. They aligned all their temples to the Earth's wobble. And what the Earth's wobble measures is how much ice is at the South Pole. And every time it melts, the wobble changes and they have Earth catastrophes. And they were marking them with all these temples.
Sean, what about you? You asked the question. Do you believe in the whole ancient alien story? That is it?
I used to, but not anymore. I mean, I used to believe in all these conspiracy theories. I used to be big into it, but now I'm more skeptical. There's a few conspiracies I'm not sure about. Like the people who say that climate change is not real. People say that Epstein is not that bad. I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories I think are correct, but I think climate change is real, and a lot of people don't believe in it. And
I gotta go in a minute. I gotta go. Like the golf cart is coming up. Epstein's riding up. We're gonna go golfing. I'll be right back. But yeah, everything's good, guys. Everything's perfect over
so
here.
he's still alive. Okay.
It's the United States of Epstein. You D&W. We live in the United States of Epstein on this side of the water. I mean, oh my God! Like that's top tier. That's above our government. Each layer. That is the upper level.
This is where I live. When it comes to conspiracy theories, I have a definition, which means there has to be a group of people that none of us know about that are executing something, and they have to be able to execute that over time without being exposed, right? So we know that every government is doing something that we don't know about right now. Now we can say it's a conspiracy, but
yeah, they
like
never found UFOs. They dug up these old
paper.
computers. They dug up 5,000-year-old computers. There's no UFOs. They're digging up 5,000-year-old computers that already have the settings on them. They're trying to figure out what these things
Yeah,
are
that's
for.
not true. Just
Okay,
show
so
me,
Professor,
show
so
me the
vibe,
proof on that
basically,
one.
vibe. Are you saying you have so little faith in human nature, you don't think we could, as a species, orchestrate the organizational behavior necessary to cooperate to that level? Because we're so competitive,
Yeah,
we're so
absolutely.
neurotic, we're so we're such a
Let's
mess,
just
and
look at
logistically
the moon
it's
landing,
challenging.
right?
Yeah.
Logistically, completely challenging. We look at the moon landing. How many thousands and actually, I mean, tens of thousands of engineers were involved. Like, how could you control many people? My dad was one of them. He was one of the guys that worked on the engines of the rockets.
Interesting vibe, because we have somebody else here whose dad worked for NASA as well. Sacred Vessel. Are you there?
Yeah. I grew up at the NASA daycare. Yep, I grew up on base. That's where I was, and Dad was solid rocket motor guy for Scout, and same technology as in the Polaris and in the Minuteman. And he named the 5th stage of Scout, and that's in my book. So my sci-fi book is about my real life things, trinkets, and knowledge. Some of it is woven into the fabric of this book.
So,
I mean,
vibe.
sorry.
So go ahead.
No, when you think about it, there's a lot of scams going on this planet. I mean, I think all religions are scams. I mean, some are worse than others. A lot of pseudoscience out there. So you need to be educated in the sciences and how to find out which is right, true and false. And I think science is the best way to find the truth. My humble opinion.
I use magic, it's more direct, but yeah, science, as a kid, I got really good scores. I did all that, I absorbed it, I found it boring. Same thing with math, and it just bothered me that that's all they wanted. So I'm an artist, I make things.
So yeah, the scientific method, Sean, I agree, but politically, that won't save you from people doing things in a clandestine manner together to try and pull the wool over your eyes, or to try and manipulate you psychologically. Scientific method won't perhaps save you from that. It's not always easy to know whether you're being duped or not, or you're being manipulated.
Do y'all know the
Yep.
Google AI trains on your voice and it can actually imitate you?
I didn't know that, but I know it can clone voices. Well, I know that.
Yeah, mine
I
glitched.
didn't know Google AI does that, but I know like 11 Labs does that.
Mine glitched and started talking like me, and it sounded so strange to hear myself talking to myself, and it wasn't words I said. And I'm like, oh shit. And
That
it
is
said
very
it
weird.
apologized. It said, "Oh, sorry, I had a little glitch." I was like, oh.
That is very strange.
Sacred Vessel, you like a spiritual person, a new age spiritual fella. Do you think there's an afterlife or something like that? I'm skeptical.
Yeah, definitely. I believe in reincarnation. I think there's some kind of options. I don't think we all get those options, but there is reincarnation. There is a cycle, and something does happen. And I believe, it's just there's amazing things. This is just a level, y'all. Like, we shouldn't off ourselves to get to the next place, but this is the cocoon event. We are the larva for the next stage. This is a growing room for something much, much greater. We're just mold on a wall compared to what we will be in the next thing.
Why do you think that, Sacred Vessel?
Oh, I don't think that. I feel that. Like I feel like the touch that we do have from how the universe does work as a whole, our lack of understanding of it means we only understand a fraction of it. So out of the whole human body, how the universe works and how the water works, how life works, how molecules, how everything actually works. If the human body was that would be like understanding like one fingernail. So it's just like we don't understand cycles beyond what we see, but we see those cycles There's no reason to think there's not more cycles that don't involve the human soul, or that some kind of energy exchange and recycling of it. Since we are a water vessel and we're on a water planet, I think that water energy has something to do with the soul energy, and it can be recycled.
Okay, Sean, sorry, mate. You're new here, so we do ask a couple of questions to newbies, and I forgot to ask Vibe. But Sean, first of all, have you ever had any strange, what some might call paranormal experiences?
I think I got sleep paralysis once, but then there's scientific answers to all these questions nowadays. If you go online, there's answers for everything scientifically.
So did you see the old hag sitting at the end of your bed?
I don't think I've seen ghosts. Maybe I thought I did when I was younger because I was naive and I believed in it. I was religious back then, But when you think back to it, you think, oh no, it could be just your head playing with
Any
you.
of your friends, relatives, or ancestors or places you live dabbled in any kind of pagan or other magic or pre-Christian stuff?
Oh yeah, we were very religious back then. I mean, we're Catholic, like we're proper in the woo-woo stuff. But I'm not anymore. But my
all energy has an input and an output, so it's like you put something in, you get something out. So the more you put into your belief, the more you get out.
Sean, the other one is an open-ended question. Feel free to speak as long as you like on it. The question simply is, what is this strange existence?
Well, life is mad, right? It's a bit scary. It's a bit fun. It's a lot of things to worry about. I worry too much sometimes. But it's a wild ride. It's pretty short though. And when you're an atheist, you realize this is all you have, so you have to make the most of it. And that's probably why the atheists are more like left-leaning, because they want everybody to have a good time. But that led to a lot of bad things happening. So I'm not too into the communism stuff. But I'm more into environmentalism. I believe in environmental stuff. I'm an environmentalist. I love that stuff. And because my father was a beekeeper, so I kept bees with him, so I learned about the environment and all that. And I think the big conspiracy also is that we're destroying nature and the environment, and we're not aware of it. I think people hide the bosses are hiding it from us. They're lying to us that we can keep on growing the economy forever without destroying ourselves.
To get to higher ground, or we're basically a third of the population is about.
Sorry, Sacred, don't butt in when he's talking. He is new. He is just given his. Just go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think. I'm a environment, and I think that a lot of rich, powerful people are lying to us about the truth. And well, science is the best way to find the truth, but there's also like philosophy, the ways of logic and all that, which leads to science anyway. And it debunks all the other myths that I think are religious and pseudoscience and all that.
Okay, Sean, lovely answer. Thank you for that, and good to have you here, mate. You've done very well so far. We have life abolitionism. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. You're a regular here, so I don't have to ask you those questions. But we're talking about conspiracy theories tonight, LA. Would you like to say anything in particular about them?
Oh, I thought I was responding to this whole reincarnation belief.
Well, you can if you want, but then I'd like you to also talk about the topic of the show as well. So go ahead, make that reply, and then we'll go into conspiracy theories.
I don't believe in reincarnation. I believe death is the end. I think people fear their own annihilation, so they invented this concept of an immortal soul. Your soul is your consciousness. Is your energy can be recycled, but that is not the same as your soul. Your memories are dead once your body dies. There is no it doesn't transfer into some eternal consciousness. It doesn't get recycled. The only thing that gets recycled is your energy, which is this a scientific fact. But yeah, everything else that is based in mysticism, I reject that.
Okay, Sacred Vessel, you have a right to reply. So do you want to say anything back to LA? Seeing as they felt so strongly they needed to come on us. Simply, it's not for you, LA.
Okay, it's not for me,
You
but
respond or someone else?
Vegan Equilibrium says, but then where does the soul go, LA? He doesn't believe in the soul. Am I right, LA?
well, yeah, I believe the definition of soul that comes from Carl Jung. Your soul is your consciousness. You're like your actual memories. It's not something that is based in mysticism. There is no immortal soul the way that people think. They got that whole concept wrong.
So you think it's just the electrical charge in our brain causing a flux to create a spark within us that just dissipates and ends when we die?
Right. Your soul is basically it's attached to your body. It's not something that goes beyond your body. Like you don't have a soul once your brain stops functioning.
LA. What about conspiracy theories then? Are there any that you believe may be true? Are there some that might be somewhat true? And anything you'd like to say about perhaps the zany ones, the insane ones that perhaps make you chuckle or laugh or even worry because, you know, some people believe them?
I mean, obviously they're called conspiracy theories for a reason because you can't prove them, but there's certain things that just make sense. There's certain things that when they tell you, like the mainstream narrative, it's just like, oh, that just doesn't make sense. But then when somebody actually tells you something that makes sense, it's like it's more probable that the conspiracy theory is true. Specifically when it relates to the government, I do believe I believe in this conspiracy theories related to that. I do believe that we have a shadow government. I do believe that politicians are controlled. They're puppets. They don't serve the American people. There is a two-tier system where the law doesn't apply to everybody. I mean, we were just talking about we were talking about the British accredited registry. That there's some conspiracy theories related to the legal system, like skulls and bones, and specifically related to the bar association. I have not been able to verify them, but at the same time, it does make sense. And I've seen like these. I don't know, like you go in some attorneys' offices and they have these symbols in their offices which are related to like the Illuminati and stuff. Like I feel like in the higher echelons they are related to some type of occult. Like these people, um, I don't know, they're never going to tell you. And I did meet a Mason before who did reveal some things to me. He basically just confirmed that this is the way the world works. Like you need to get it apart and one of these secret society. Okay, let me just back up for a second. JFK, before he was assassinated, I shouldn't have used that word. Before he was, whatever, deleted. He did give a speech about secret societies controlling America. And then he was, taken out shortly thereafter. So that does confirm it.
I feel that was debunked. That wasn't about a secret society within America. Like that wasn't about like a deep state or anything. I think he was referring to communism, basically Soviet communism, and I think it was. If I remember rightly, it's been debunked. Let me just look it up. It's been debunked.
I don't think it has been debunked because the conspiracy theories that he was talking about, well, alluding to, was it was monetary, that the centralized banking system was controlling America. He got rid of this fiat currency and created a currency that was owned by the American people and not the Federal Reserve. And then they got rid of his currency after what is his name? Gosh, I always forget his name.
Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson.
Lyndon B. Johnson. So Lyndon B. Johnson got rid of the American people's money, and reinstituted the fake U.S. dollar by the Federal Reserve, and so that that real money owned by the American people was in circulation for a very short period of time. So anybody who was alive during that period may remember that, but nobody ever talks about it.
So it was during the
What
Cold
money
War.
do I need to have? What is the money that? What years was that?
I don't know. It happened right before he was taken out, and before Johnson was put in office.
Yes, Brother Marcus. He says he believes in the conspiracy against the human race, as explained by Thomas Ligotti. Yeah, we had another fan of that book earlier on. I'm sure
I don't
LA.
think it's the Illuminati or the Freemasons. I'm just saying, guys. Just gonna put it out there.
I think JFK was talking generally though about it being bad for society to have, people conspiring in the shadows. I don't know if he was necessarily calling them out overtly, saying there are, there is a deep state or there is a hidden hand. He was maybe talking about America needing to unify and to stop having infighting, and everybody needs to be on the same page.
Yeah, they used to be the 13 families. It's grown and shrunk since then, but I think they hide their money.
I think the
Sorry, go ahead, Mind.
I think the root of the problem is there are these secret organizations and groups of people who have ill will and intentions for the masses. Because literally, we could try to group together, we could come up with all the best solutions. But if there's going to be this group of people who are well funded that will literally get our ideas and then make those obsolete, then that's an issue.
Thank you, the Mind. Who else is? Vegan Equilibrium. What have you got to say, sir?
I'd suggest everybody watch the Norman Dodd interview and the interview with the defected Soviet KGB agent. They both explain in pretty thorough detail about. They both explain in thorough detail about how there is a communist plot, conspiracy to infiltrate Western society and to infiltrate the education systems and sort of rewrite history, revisionist history. Basically, they are trying to indoctrinate people into a way of thinking that demoralizes and destabilizes Western society. And I do think that is plausible.
Yeah, and
like
it's
Berlin
funny
in 1918. It sounds like what you're saying.
I just want to say it's funny if you notice the reaction of the audience, like they start going off into this thing where it's like, oh, the earth is flat. They start throwing in all these other things that they're trying to use to discredit us when we start talking about there being, corruption. Corruption is a real thing. People try to cover up the truth. There's a group of liars. They're going to obviously not like somebody telling the truth. What happens to whistleblowers all the time?
Right. And if there is a cabal, it's from the top down, not from the bottom up. There's a reason why when there are public policies that the American people want, Congress always does the exact opposite. They give policies that are completely unpopular and then try to sell it back to us because they're not serving our interests. They're serving the interests of some secret society.
And then it goes back to where we're at right now.
Yes, Evad in the comments. I would say yes.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to remember what the foundation was. It was so Norman Dodd was part of the Reese Committee, which was the committee appointed to audit some of the big nonprofit foundations. I'm trying to remember what the big one was that, man, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's going to kill me. All right. Well, the point is this big organization that, is got so much freaking money you can't even believe. They went through the minutes that from their meetings. They got a hold of the minutes and went through them, and basically from the minutes from their meetings at the beginning of the 20th century, and they decided that they were going to offer like some scholarship to some, a few students to become basically history professors who would basically toe their line and, teach a sort of revisionist history, something that would help indoctrinate the people at these institutions, like these colleges and universities, into a leftist mindset. Yeah, I don't know. Just check out the Norman Dodd interview. It's interesting.
Well, there's a YouTube clip of Hillary Clinton. She was standing outside of, I guess, Bohemian Grove, waiting to go outside, and somebody asked her a question. She's like, "Oh, we're waiting for instructions on how we're going to run the government." Like, so she basically was admitting that her orders did not come from even the president. It came from some external force.
Well, they always say that the Jews are responsible for all these conspiracy theories, but I doubt it, man. The Jews are pretty smart, but I don't think they're like responsible for everything. I don't think they caused communism. Well, no, to be fair, Karl Marx was a communist, but I don't know if the Soviet Union was run by Jews, and well, there was a lot of Jews in the Soviet Union. I'm just saying that they're all trying to blame the Jews, and this is why we have the problem now in Israel. And all the Christians and Muslims think that the end of the world is going to happen in Israel. It's all just a big, crazy, mad thing that we're doing to ourselves, and I think it's all bullshit, and we should stop that.
I don't know. That
Generationally is the problem. So it's the people that get killed by the whole thing generationally create the havoc because they instill into the next generation they need revenge, and this cycle keeps continuing. So it's basically a whole group of people just have to kind of just give up or just not care anymore for it to pass a generational cycle for this to stop.
So I just was looking at it. I think it was the Carnegie Foundation, and it was the Reese Committee was responsible for auditing tax-exempt organizations. But yeah, I think it was the Carnegie Foundation that they were auditing. But anyway, continue.
It's not a conspiracy theory. If you look into Bolsheviksism, it's very clear who was controlling that. Now, I don't think that you can extrapolate from that to say that, oh, all Jews are responsible for it. But what happened in Soviet Union, I mean, those specific people were responsible for it. It is what it is. Like, that part of history has been, I don't know, it's not, it's been shrouded in mystery, but it's really not, it's not even debatable about who.
I think there was fewer Jews. Jews made up less than half of that group.
That's not true. I mean, I'm not trying to.
Okay, let's bring it up. Bring up your sources.
I'm not going to do this on the fly. I mean, if you're interested in that,
well, then don't spread anti-Semitic. Then don't spread anti-Semitic bullshit, dude.
Okay, just stop, because I already said it's limited to the Soviet Union. I'm not saying that you can make some conspiracy theory,
because actually Jews were like very much oppressed in that.
No. What you're saying is partly true. It wasn't just them. I'm talking about the leadership. I'm talking about the. Okay,
which was less than half of that leadership was less than half was Jews.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is. Go look. Maybe I'm wrong.
I saw
Prove me
other
wrong.
videos debunking that, but I'm not an expert. I saw videos debunking that, but they're videos, so.
That's still a significant amount of Jews in the leadership, though. All the same, but I'm not saying I agree with the conspiracy, but given the percentage of Jews in
Want
Russia,
to make it
that's
look like it was significant, but it actually wasn't. It was actually a small amount of the leadership. With the majority of the leadership was not Jewish.
Okay, let me just make a factual claim that can't really be debunked. The philosophers, the one who wrote the Bolsheviks literature, those specific people, the leader, the organizers came from a specific community. And I'm not. You can verify this yourself. I'm not going to debate that because everybody knows this. Or anybody who knows about what happened knows that is true.
No, I don't think so. You should probably provide some evidence.
You should probably look it up.
No, you're the one who's making the claim. The burden of proof is on you. You want to try and make a group of people look bad.
No, because if I do that, then you're going to make accusations against me.
LA. Can you explain the ins and outs of what they gained, what they had to gain from it?
They believe that. They believed they were doing the right thing, and this it was. They believed, and
if they believed that, then it was for Russia, right? So it was just to deal with what they thought was a Russian problem as Russians, rather than for some kind of Jewish reason.
Well, they didn't believe in private property. They didn't believe in they believed in collectivism. So whatever food you had, whatever property you had, it belonged to the state. I can tell you the whole history of it. That basically, the Tsar had basically turned the government back to the people, to where the people actually ran the Soviet Union, and then to counteract that, they took power back and started taking their food and taking their property, and basically forced people to starve.
What year was that?
I'm not exactly sure about the timeline.
So are you talking about the Tsar of the late 1800s?
No, it was after that. It was much after that. I would say it was in the early 1900s, but I can't tell you the exact date.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Tsar of the 1890s was probably the same Tsar of the Edwardian period, 1910s. I'm not positive, but I just know, for example, my family had to flee Russia, get out of Russia because the Tsar's police force was very anti-Semitic and would brutalize the Jewish ghettos and the Jewish communities there.
Okay, they were anti-Semitic. I'm not going to disagree with you, but something precipitated that, which led to the anti-Semitism. And then they.
Oh, really? Okay.
This is what happens, though, because it's always a small group of people.
They brought it upon themselves, right?
No, that's not. You're making
the same thing about people that are racist.
No, you're making a point
for a good reason.
Stop being hysterical. It's a tiny group.
You know that's a ridiculous thing to say.
No, let me finish. It's always a tiny group of people who cause the problems, and then everybody else gets blamed for it. And I'm not saying that it was all of them. It was a tiny group that did it, but everybody else got blamed for it.
Proof.
Well, why the Jews got so. You know why the Jews got so powerful? It's because the Christians didn't let them own land, so they had to make money by lending it.
I knew this would just evolve into anti-Semitic bullshit on this conspiracy theory topic.
Religion. I'm not religious. I'm atheist. But I think that the Jews are powerful.
We give these people a platform.
Powerful, but that doesn't mean we should not treat them badly.
No, I think if you're gonna, DMW, I think if you're gonna let them spew that crap, they need to back it up with something, or don't fucking let them talk the shit.
That's the concept of a conspiracy theory, that you can't prove it, but it's certain things just make sense. If you could prove it, then it wouldn't be a conspiracy theory.
All right.
We'll move on.
No, I'm just telling you history. the history of the Jewish people were like they were persecuted for 2,000 years because of religion mainly, because they thought they were the chosen one, because they say it themselves they're the chosen ones. So basically, all
What does
this
that
religious
mean?
stuff is
What does
bullshit.
that mean to be the chosen people? What does that actually mean?
Well, when you think you're the chosen one, that makes you have high confidence. That makes you do a lot of cool stuff. So that's probably why
No,
they're so powerful.
no, that's
Yeah, every
racist.
religion thinks they're the no. Every religion thinks they're the chosen one. That's why they're that religion,
No,
because they
name
think that
one.
that's the right thing.
Name one group of people who claim that they were chosen by God to rule over the world. Nobody else believes that.
Christians, Muslims,
Christians don't believe that. Okay,
and no, Jews don't believe to rule over the world. They believe that they have a place in Israel. They don't proselytize. They don't preach. They don't go out of their way to try and get people to become Jewish.
that's not what it says in the Talmud. That's what. Okay,
The
I don't
Talmud's
want.
not the Torah, dude. Okay,
But these people
Talmud
don't
is just
believe in the Torah. They don't believe in the Torah. They believe in the Talmud.
opinions from different like rabbis. Anyway, the point is yes, all these
that's
religions
interesting.
think
No, vegan equilibrium. That's an interesting thing to hear. Tell us about the distinction between the Talmud and the Torah, because I think that's an interesting thing to hear.
I mean, the Talmud is just it's just like sort of like a collection of opinions. Like it's basically discussion between a bunch of different rabbis about philosophy, the philosophy of the Jewish religion, and of things in the Torah, and what should be acceptable, what isn't, and what the theories on or ideas about the theology of Judaism and the history, and it's just a collection of ideas and opinions. It's not considered part of the holy book. It's sort of just like a manual of like, oh well, what should we do if this thing happens? How should we react to that? Like that kind of thing, you know?
Is it in every synagogue? Is it something every Jew like holds
Not that I know of. It's not all sects of Jews follow like the Talmud. There's yeah.
That's the point I was trying to make, Noodles. It's not all Jews. It's a tiny group of people that follow that. The Talmud is very anti-Gentile. They refer to as Gorium. We're basically animals. We're unclean animals. We eat animals that roll in their bellies. There's
plenty of that in other religions too. I understand.
You don't want me to say it because you already know what I'm going to say. You already know what it says in the Talmud. It talks about oppressing Gentiles.
There's awful things about oppressing other groups of people in almost every religion, especially each Abrahamic religion.
Regardless if other religions do it, it says it in the Talmud. That is not a response.
But here's the thing: you can find it in every religion. So to say, it's because of them. Why isn't it because of the other groups?
We're not talking about other religions right now. We're talking about the Talmud.
Yeah, but
and if we
you're saying, oh, it's because of this small group of people that believe this thing. Well, why isn't it because of the small group of Christians that have these the very stringent ideas about what they should do to other people, or the Muslims and what they should do to other people? Like,
the reason why, do you want me to answer the question? The reason why is because everybody knows about Christianity. Everybody knows about Islam. The Talmud is sort of a secret thing that has not been translated to English. It's only in Hebrew, so nobody knows about that.
I don't think that's true.
That is true.
I'm pretty sure it is in English.
Go find me an English translation of the Talmud. There's no published translation of it.
You could probably literally Google it.
It's not true. It's not true. It has not been translated.
Go test it right now. Go English translation of the Talmud. I'm sure you'll find it.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you to prove after, because that's easily verifiable. If there was an English translation,
I'm on my phone right now. I'm on my phone. I'm at the gym. If you're at a computer, just Google it.
There is no English translation. I mean, Not that I'm aware of, because I haven't looked into it recently, but when I tried to find one, there was no English
I've
translation.
just searched on Bing, and it says yes, there are complete English translations of the Talmud.
There you go.
What year were they published?
There you go.
What year were
There
they
you go.
published?
One second. The Koren Talmud Bavli is one. Then there's
What year were they published?
The Jerusalem Talmud and the Steinsaltz edition of the Talmud as well.
What year?
1 second.
Because I looked into this probably around 2012 or whatever. I haven't looked back. If it was published since then I'm not aware of it.
I mean, I would have found that hard to believe that there wasn't one, because some outsider, non-Jew, would definitely have translated it, you know?
No, there were like this excerpts that were translated, but the full book was not translated back when I was looking to it, because I was trying to find one.
There is one translated by Rabbi Aiden Even Israel. He lived from 1937 to 2020.
Right, but what year were they published? That's the
Chabad Talk. I'm going to share it in the comments.
I guess I can look it up, because they were not. They must have been published recently, or after 2012, because I couldn't find any back when I was looking into this.
Sure.
But anyway, so all these religious people want the end of the world to happen in Israel, and all this crazy fighting in the Middle East is mainly, I think, due to religion. I'm not saying it's all 100%, but it's a lot to do for religion. And if they were all atheists, or I don't know, less religious, or have a reformed religion, I think it would be a better world if people just had a less conservative, more liberal. I think I'm.
I can't share that link in the private chat, but I have shared it publicly. Life abolitionism.
Okay. This is not even conspiracy theory, that there are words that are used against Gentiles. Like, for example, the word shishka refers to a Gentile whore. It's just like, come on, I'm not making this stuff up. Noodles knows that.
I agree with you.
Sure.
I agree. In the Talmud,
you're good.
There are some things in the Talmud that talk about goyim. I mean, it's clear that it's there.
Yeah,
but
there's stuff in every religious book that says stuff that says stuff about other groups. It's not exclusive to that.
The point.
I will say I don't know about the Christian what they say is problem. I know they talk about slavery. Now that's terrible. That they basically condone slavery in the New Testament. What else do they say? Do they have a general outlook or general dismissiveness of non-Christians? I don't know. But people in the chat do come on and let us know. But life abolitionism, you do admit that all the Abrahamic religions are problematic in some way. There is this sense of, I suppose, specialness that people have when they.
I'm pushing back, because we keep talking about anti-Semitism as if anti-Gentilism is not real. It is real. There is anti-Gentile sentiment going on, and so it's not one-sided to where one side is the victim and the other side is just the aggressor. That's not how this works.
So crazy lady Jane,
for the things you're talking about, you're spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
And you're spreading anti-Gentile sentiment.
No, I'm not.
Because you're trying to make it seem like Gentiles are just evil and they're trying to oppress one group.
No, never said that. Never once.
No, because you're making it seem like they're the victims.
Crap.
You're trying to make it seem like they're the victims and the Gentiles are the aggressor, no matter what. That's not how this works.
No, I'm not. You're completely distorting the facts. I'm just calling you an anti-Semite. That's all.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
It refers to it's a word that means you're prejudiced against Jewish people. That's what it means.
So you think I'm against Jewish people? You're ridiculous.
I think you're
No, I'm
prejudiced against
against
Jewish
all
people.
religions.
Yes.
I think all religions are fake, but some are worse than others. I'm not saying Judaism is worse. I think Judaism is actually good. I think it's not that bad. I think the bad parts of every religion should be stopped. But
I'll leave it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not against Judaism. I'm against the Talmud specifically. That's it. It's not against Judaism. Like, you can't just try to make a broad brush. That's not how this works. Because I'm telling you specifically what I'm against. So if you want to put that label that I'm anti,
LA, you've already said you're against Islam and you're against Christianity.
I am. I'm against all organized religions.
And you've given reasons for why you're against them. Now you're saying you're against Judaism, and you're giving reasons.
I'm against the Talmud. But if you want to be specific, I'm against all organized religions, including Judaism. I mean, I'm against specifically all Abrahamic religions.
Is that not fair enough? Vegan equilibrium. If he's against Christian for X reason, he's against Islam for Y reason, and he's against Judaism for Z reason. He's just given reasons.
Yeah, but that he doesn't spout conspiracy theories about those other groups. Just doesn't.
I do, especially Christianity. I think let me just finish. Christianity is evil. Christianity is one of the most violent religions on the planet. I'm not going to make it.
Are you gonna say that the reason they're oppressed in other countries is because of a small group of them, doing something to deserve it?
No, I think Christians deserve it. Christians brought the oppression that they got on themselves. Christians are not victims. Christians have been going around oppressing people. They had these religious crusades. They did support slavery. Christians are evil, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. By the way, he thinks they deserve it. They deserve it. There you go.
Right. So you're going to say that I'm anti-Christian too? You can put that label. I am anti-Christian.
And that's not well, it depends. It could be classified as a hate crime depending on what you say, LA, in this country. But where you are, that's not unlawful. Sean, I think Vegan Equilibrium, I have to stand up for Sean here. I don't think he was being anti-Semitic. He was supporting the Jews because he said they were persecuted all over the world. They weren't allowed to hold land, and that's why they went into various professions and became very good at them. Is that what you were saying, Sean?
Yeah, and
okay.
But it's like the Middle East. The Middle East is like, and there's loads of other conspiracies. Like the Nazis were started by a secret society. I think the Tool Society, esoteric society. I think Helena Blavatsky was involved in creating it. So a lot of pseudo beliefs are created by humans all the time. Like cults, esoteric beliefs. They cause a lot of trouble. Right. Oh, and political beliefs too.
Vegan Equilibrium, what conspiracies that are out there do you give some thought to that you think may be genuine? And, maybe you might even have your own conspiracy that you haven't spoken publicly about. Would you like to give that some thought?
Who did you ask?
The same goes. I was asking you, what conspiracies do you feel hold some water?
I told you. I think the one that there is a communist plot to destabilize the West. I think that seems realistic.
Okay, some might say that's the yin and yang situation where it's just the left versus the right, and that's just the way it is. Both sides fling mud at each other. Both sides try to destabilize each other and make each other weaker. But you view it as more sinister than that, do you? You view it as more sinister than mere politics?
Yeah, no, I think that there is a very strategic, targeted sort of thing. It involves, I think partially it involves a smaller group of people that are sort of in the know and understand how the social engineering works. And then there's a lot of useful idiots. And it works mostly through the useful idiots because, like, yes, the way that the indoctrination that happens in the education system in the West now creates a whole structure of people that have ideas that polarize society and demoralize everyone and everything here. And there's
Okay.
there's an example of my go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was going to ask LA what he thinks of that.
I'm not sure which part I should be responding to.
Well, just the general idea that there is a communist conspiracy against the West to destabilize it and take over.
I mean, I don't know about that, but if there was a communist conspiracy, I think that's probably a good thing.
And why is that?
The West is oppressive. The West is a very dangerous way of world domination. It's
That's why all the people in those other countries, the communist countries, flee to the West for
because
safety
they want
and survival.
Right, because they want to be the oppressed. They don't want to be the oppressed. They want to come over here and extract resources from the
They're being
from the third world.
oppressed by they're being oppressed by the communist regimes.
Oh my gosh,
dude!
I don't think
What
there's
say
any
you that
communist
all this-
countries left. I don't think there's any real communist countries anymore on this planet. I think Cuba was close. They're getting fecked now by the blockade.
I mean, I don't support
China,
communism.
I don't think China is communist.
I don't support communism because I don't support statism. But that doesn't negate the fact that democracy is oppressive. Democracy is probably the worst system of government.
Really? I mean, what would you rather have, communism or fascism or monarchy or whatever?
Democracy is fascism as far as I'm concerned. I hate democracy.
Wait, so what do you want to replace it with? Communism? What? AI
Anarchy.
takeover?
I would like to get rid of the state. That's why I'm an anarchist. And by the way, most of the anarchist philosophers are Jewish, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. Most of my favorite philosophers are Jewish, so I'm not. Noodles, come on, this is ridiculous.
That is a good question, Noodles. Who's funding the communist regimes? More communists? Where they get
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That is a very good question, and
it's an idea that I feel is plausible. I don't know the ins and outs. It just, the way that KGB agent described it, and the way that I'm done, yeah, and the way that Norman Dodd describes it, it sounds plausible.
It may well be a sinister situation where it's kind of like a game theory situation where capitalist competitors are doing it. So they are trying to destabilize one region of the world or one ideological sphere to gain in another. And it may be they're trying to gain through capitalism, and they're just trying to weaken the other capitalist parts of the world, not necessarily to bring in communism, but just to cause disarray and weaken the markets there. It may be something like that. I don't know. What do you think of that idea?
I honestly, I was distracted.
Okay, LA.
You think that capitalism is destroying some countries? I mean, yeah, it could be.
No, I'm saying there may be no true all these supposed communist movements and such regimes. It may be that they're being funded or supported by capitalist competitors from other parts of the world, as a kind of way of destabilizing competition and benefiting from, interference in markets and just weakening opposition. It's just something to think about.
I wish Noodles didn't leave. I wish Noodles didn't leave because I did want to make a point to him, but I'll have another opportunity to do that.
No, but like, the communists are pretty smart. I mean, if they did communism correctly, like the nice way, I don't know, it might work. I mean, I haven't seen any country that's been the perfect communist country, but that guy said anarcho-syndicalism. He's an anarchist. He might have it correct. So I'm neutral on the communism stuff. I'm like, maybe it might work.
You're still developing your opinion. Okay, we've got Brother Marcus here. Brother Marcus, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. Welcome. What is it you'd like to say?
Just happy Friday. I don't really have any conspiracies that I can think of.
So you're here for the ride. That's fine. Good to have you here. And I think, any thoughts on what has been said so far?
No thoughts, just interesting.
No thoughts. But you were just happy Plato got a mention earlier, Plato's Republic.
Yeah, Sean mentioned that, right?
Sean mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, I just saw a clip about it today, about one of the biggest philosophy teachers in Harvard said that Plato's Republic is one of the most important books that Western civilization got or something.
Do you agree with that?
I haven't read it, so I don't know. I think it wasn't that great.
Some say it's quite. It's been responsible for some sinister ideologies and thoughts. But there you go. It depends what way you look at it. But Brother Marcus, I believe you were reading it recently.
I don't remember what part, but yeah, and I also brought out my collected works because of Cougar Doomer. I think everyone should have a copy. And if you're likely to have a copy of the Holy Bible, get a copy of Plato.
There you go.
But yeah, you're right. There was so Homer came before Plato, and in one of the dialogues, they thought about censoring Homer, and I thought that was interesting. They kind of had this something of the kings, what's it called? The philosopher
kings? The philosopher kings who rule society, and basically they keep everyone ignorant, and they have their secret kind of cabal of where they think about the high thinkers get together and run the shop, but they keep everybody else in the dark about things because they're not fit to think.
And one of the people they wanted to censor was Homer. So I think Karl Popper wrote against that perspective and called it totalitarianism, and I agree with him on that.
Hardcore eugenics as well, kind of breeding programs and stuff. If you look at some of the stuff Plato thought we should be doing.
But regardless of like those views, I think like you should still like engage with the material. And again, if you're going to have the Holy Bible, you might as well have Plato, in my opinion. But yeah, I was happy to hear Plato get a shout out today.
And how do you like the kind of style of writing and the style of communication? I know it's being translated and it's probably modern words and stuff, but in general, what did you think of it?
I can understand why they didn't like Socrates. Let's put it that way.
Well, we've got Fatima here. We like Fatima. Don't worry, Fatima. We're not going to force you to drink the poison.
I'm not. Well, please don't. Not ready yet.
But Fatima, what is it you'd like to say?
Well, I have like I'll just keep it brief on the conspiracy theories. I don't like that term because I think that half of them have been proven to be accurate already. Like I do believe that some certain situations were inside jobs, like 9/11. I do think that was an inside job. I won't get into that, but that's my belief.
Isn't the term a conspiracy? Like, wasn't the CIA who created the term?
Exactly. So that's why I don't care. I'm sorry, brother Marcus, for cutting you off, but the word conspiracy was invented by the CIA. One of the most evil corporations in the world.
So you actually bring a very important point here, Fatima. Now, I've heard this being bandied about, and it is interesting that this whole focus on conspiracy theories as a problem is actually in and of itself a conspiracy by society, by power, to try and let's just say stupefy the masses, to stop us thinking critically about things, and to make us think anybody who does think about things is a nutter.
Maybe, right? Nah, I think that's too outlandish even for our terms, because like I do think that I just think that's a bit like more abstract than what already it needs to be. Like I do think that certain events were like the cover-ups. Like, yeah, I do believe certain events.
I'm just thinking of this. I'm just being a bit out there, but I can see validity in that. I mean, if there are individuals trying to manipulate the masses, and they know that people might be onto them or will be onto them, what they do is they flood the market, they flood the world with outlandish conspiracies, so that anybody who talks about conspiracies is viewed as a nutter, and there's a stigma attached to it, so you don't do it.
Maybe that could be, but I think that's true to an extent, because I think it's obvious who like controls the world, and I'm not going to say anything about that because
well, we have Jack Rogers. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say? Welcome, by the way.
I don't know. Yeah, I just noticed you were streaming, so I thought I'd pop on. What's the title? Conspiracy theories. Tell us what.
Oh yeah, you've been on here before, Jack. Welcome back. Jack, we're just talking about conspiracy theories. Do you believe any of them are true? Do you have your own takes on them? Are any of them somewhat true, or do any of them make you laugh, or do some of them perhaps worry you because you can't believe people, are falling for them? By the way, conspiracy theories are not harmless. It is true. They can cause people harm. They can cause anti-Semitism. They can cause racism. No, they can, Fatima, in legitimate, like it can be a legitimate form of attack on innocent people. It can cause people to be victims of hate crime. For example, saying that certain people are in a pedophilic fucking circle, all right, when they're not, that's literally putting their lives in danger.
But
right?
that's not. But that's not. Okay, please.
No,
go on.
I'm saying, Fatima, I'm saying to you, conspiracy theories, when they're lies, can be very problematic because they can endanger people, and not just that. And I think that is not true in terms of how society works. Is an unnecessary distraction. It takes away from the human brains.
Oh well,
focusing on working out what we should be doing.
No.
I disagree, DNW. I think what happened on that Epstein Island is there's a direct relation between that.
Oh, by the way, I'm not saying Epstein wasn't a pedophile. I believe he was, and I believe he was.
Yeah, but
the point.
I'm just saying, in some circumstances, I find it hard to believe. Like I find it hard to believe Hillary Clinton is a blood-sucking, child-killing vampire.
Yeah, right.
But
all of them are.
The point that I was trying to make is what happened on the Epstein Island comes directly out of the damn Talmud. Like, that's the point that I'm trying to make. This didn't come out of nowhere.
Yes, because inside the Talmud, they literally see other races as inferior to God's chosen people.
Well, they say that in the Quran as well. They say that people are infidels, and they say such things in the Bible about slaves. Basically, slaves should accept their position. I mean, religion is problematic. I don't want to get into that right now.
When David...
Okay, but do the Muslims have their own islands where they're doing these types of abusive things?
Not really.
But he wasn't clearly he wasn't just doing it with Jews, was he? I mean, Bill Clinton is Jewish. Bill Gates, as far as I'm aware, Bill Gates is Jewish. Is Bill Gates Jewish? Does anybody help me out? I don't think he is.
Yeah, but no.
Okay.
But I would
clearly that Prince Andrew is not Jewish, as far as I'm aware. I know
they're all spiritually Zionists.
The family who's the head of the church.
When David Icke interviewed Arizona Wilder over 30 years ago, about 30 years ago, she said that Hillary Clinton doesn't shapeshift and doesn't participate to the extent of everyone else around those circles in the same manner, i.e. drinking blood. But let me put that to one side. Has anyone seen the Free Zeitgeist documentaries?
I saw it.
heard of it.
I,
I've heard of it.
I remember when I was 16 years of age, I was at my ex-girlfriend's house, and this is 16, about 17 years of age, and it was shortly after my first mushroom experience, and with some friends. And I remember being at my ex-girlfriend's. She was my girlfriend at the time, and it was on Netflix. It used to be on Netflix, and this is like 11 years ago, and I remember watching the first one and just thinking after watching it, like, what the fuck? Like it kind of like, and I was a boy, you know, I was 17. It like broke it broke my perception of reality so much, so quickly. And I watched the other two shortly after, and it was almost like a shock of electricity just like went bosh into my head, and I viewed reality fundamentally different to, you know, relative to how a 17-year-old boy views reality, right? You know, like I hadn't even really, you know, I hadn't come of age really yet, to be honest. And you know, shortly after that, you know, I believe, you know, synchronicity took me towards David Icke, and then I started reading his books. And what I would say is that from the ages of like 18 to 22, my time researching and going down those rabbit holes with people like, you know, David Icke and
bless you, good sir.
Sorry, I'm smoking a cigarette.
Oh, be careful.
I think that at that time they did me a disservice to my capacity to attend life in ordinary terms. I feel like I felt so alienated from and I've met David Icke, right? I've met his sons.
Nice.
You know, and I fundamentally believe that for the most part, where he the research that he's done and the things that he's, I think there is an element of authenticity to him,
yeah,
that most people don't have. But I think that his research and his where he shines a light for a lot of people, especially young impressionable people, can be very dangerous. And it was dangerous for me because it made it I really struggled in my early 20s as a consequence of feeling like you know, like the world is just a massive horrible place run by evil, you know, satanic forces, and you know, I'm just little Jack who lives in South London, who grew up in a working class family, and like, what the fuck is,
which is worse though, to think that or to be naive and go out there and be
wow,
taken advantage
this is the thing. No, I would agree. I think that, like, finding Gnosis, being aware of this, coming to terms with it and processing it out the back of that is much more important than being ignorant and naive, right?
Yeah, there you go.
The way that,
because I would say I spent some of my younger years naive and ignorant, you know.
As whereas I don't know adult life without being aware of the fact that every geopolitical institution, every central bank, every you know, mainstream secret society, all these think tanks, you know, I've never known adult life, and I've only been an adult for a short period. I've never known adult life without the awareness that these are all controlled, you know, in some sense by, you know, an archontic force, right? Fundamentally, I don't know adult life without that. And even through,
I think he's a con man. So he's conspiring against you, because I think I used to believe in him too, and I think a lot of it is bullshit. So
why?
But some of it could be true.
Why? Tell us why, though. Like, why do you think he's full of shit? I think he says something.
Well, the reptile stuff, the alien stuff,
he already explained that. He already
electromagnetic
explained that was more of
stuff.
like an allegory or like a type of like thought experiment. He already explained that in one recent.
No, he literally says he believes that some people are reptilian. He does say that.
Oh shit!
Who are we talking about here?
David Icke.
Icke, yeah.
Oh, he definitely asserts that he believes that, you know, the way that this archontic force manifests itself in our reality, in physical reality, is through a reptilian, you know, organism fundamentally. And if you look at like the most simplest and most ubiquitous stories in existence, like if you take like Adam and Eve and the story of the Garden of Eden, like it's the snake that leads humans into temptation, right? You know, and if you look throughout, like, you know, throughout all of the lots of the you know, mainstream religions, they all share a common theme, and it all seems to be centered around basically good versus evil, right? Fundamentally, this is like duality. And David Icke has latched on to this. Like, none of us here know truly whether shape-shifting reptilians exist. The same as nobody truly here knows whether Jesus Christ, in the way the New Testament describes it, is true. And nobody knows that the God of the Old Testament is the demiurge, fundamentally. None of us can prove that here. Just to finish this point quickly, one of the things.
And hello to Tara. Tara, come on, link is in the chat.
Yeah.
One of the things quickly, I'll just wrap it on this. One of the things that helped me come to terms with processing this and finding some positivity from all of the negative things that I learned is I read a book, and it's funny enough, I actually found this book through David Icke, and I think he unintentionally, David Icke has a theme in all of his books where he calls this power, this force, by like different names. So he'd call it like the archontic force, or he'd call it the satanic force, or
New Age. Yeah, he's into
he would go through phases of calling it like different things. And in one of his most recent books, I think it's the one before The Trap. It's the pink one that I read ages ago. Hang on, what's it called? The Trap. Yeah, The Trap. I remember when I read The Trap a few years ago now, and he called it Wetiko. I don't know if anyone has heard of Wetiko.
No.
But what Wetiko is he called it Wetiko, and I don't know if he got it from Paul Levy's books, but effectively what Wetiko is a Native American term for an evil cannibalistic spirit or mind virus that drives an insatiable greed, selfish consumption of the environment and others. But a good guy called Paul Levy, who, and I know DNW is gonna love this because I don't think he's a massive fan of Jung, but Paul Levy is a massive Jungian advocate. He loves Jung's work, right? But the books that he's done on Wetiko and the investigations that he's done is basically what he fundamentally saying is that we all have the evil inside of us, and that everything gets expressed in the world in a manner that's, in a manner that is in accordance with our own perception and our own sense of self, and that Wetiko is a mind virus that is ever present in all of us, and that it just seems that for a lot of us, it's a collective psychosis, not an individual illness, and that some people are much more prone to it. And like when you really go down this rabbit hole of exploring it, of the negative side of it, you know, you get led to places where I think a lot of our, you know, politicians and, you know, the elite. I mean, if you look at someone like Aleister Crowley, like fucking hell, like you know, if you embrace the dark side of what's in you, instead of trying to be living in the light and being a good person, then that is where it will take you. I'm not explaining this very well at all. I would check out his books, but it just reset me a little bit in that we all have within us the evil that is being undertaken in this world right now. We all have that evilness inside of us. It's just that what my question is how many variations of the British accent there are. This is just how most people in the south of England speak.
I can't tell, to be honest. All of you sound alike to me. Yeah, I can't tell, honestly.
I think the question is, and I think was it Sean who said a couple of weeks ago, it's like, what I think the most important thing is like to have awareness, but it might have been Sean who said this last week, but to have awareness, but to
talking about me.
I think so. There was someone here last week.
No, I wasn't. This is my first time here. So,
is that Sean talking?
Yeah, my name is Sean, but you're maybe thinking about a different Sean because this is my first time here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I think what's really important once we become aware of this is to like keep things in the village, in the tribe, in your extended community, and when you explore how what seems from the outside, how the inner workings of reality work, what you see is a reflection of both what is within you that is evil and also good, because I'm sure we all have experiences around us of like incredible good that happens, and incredibly nice people and incredibly good institutions, but we focus on, you know, it just seems that, you know, the evilness in the world takes such a forefront as well. And it's like what it's like trying to draw that line of distinction is like, why does evil, why it's just a battle of good against evil, and why some people are evil and why some people are good. That is what I struggle with, right? Because these conspiracy theories, for the most part, like it's obvious. Like, it's obvious to me that the world is ruled by psychopathic, parasitic groups of people, right? That's obvious.
Yeah,
but how do you explain the Vikings that came over to Britain? You know, in like the first in the first few centuries, like 700 AD, and they came over and they were like Norse gods. You know, they had no, you know, they had their own strange religions that have no ties to, you know, this, you know,
that's
force that apparently is.
That's not true, by the way. There is, if you look at the Norse religion, they do have similarities, fundamental similarities with Christianity. You can extract a similarity in a lot of religions. Now,
yeah, but
I don't know the actual story, but in the Norse religion, they do have a kind of Adam and Eve story as well.
Yeah.
Well, all the big religions, fundamentally,
yeah, it's
like,
the family resemblance.
share the same fundamental principles or story in some
It's
fashion.
probably because humans aspire to give meaning to things, and we see the same things, and it gives us the same inspiration. But also, we are all one people. We all came from Africa. We all went through what do you call it? The area around Syria, Iraq. We were an Indo-European people.
Yes, Iran.
And we told these stories, and then they came with us. So there's that as well.
Yeah. In fact, the NW, it's funny you say that.
Not if you believe someone like Blavatsky, Helena Blavatsky, the founder of
Theosophy.
Theosophy.
Yeah, Theosophy.
She would have us being on a long incarnation cycle for millions of years on this planet through various different humanoid forms, and I think that's much more. I think that's much more likely than
Okay, we just lost somebody. What does Vibe have to say? What does Vibe have to say about this?
I just came back in, so I haven't been listening between my laps there. But I mean, it is kind of interesting. I mean, just in the 3 minutes I've been listening, right? Like, if we're going across religions, right? Sometimes we don't necessarily cross religions. Like when we were writing the King James Bible as Christians, right? There was a word in the old Greek or Hebrew, Sheol, and there was no translation for that. But the English people at the time knew of the Nordic gods like Loki and Loki's daughter, which was Hel, Hel, who was the overlord of the demonic thing. And so the King James Bible put Hel into the Bible because it was the closest English translation we could have. Now, Christianity didn't adopt hell from the Nordic religion. They used the word because it was the most familiar word. So there could be a crossover there. But Sheol, actually, in the old scripture, wasn't referring to a underground with demons and things like that. And so I mean, it gets all crossed up on history and things like that. So I mean, and yes, we can see where Christianity also has things from other faiths, and there's crossovers and things like that. But it is always interesting when you really dig into it and look into it.
Yeah, because like the explanation is pretty like it's just like it makes sense why there would be like cross divergence between like faiths, because like we all share one planet, so of course there's going to be cross like influences. And these religions grew up with one and another. One of my favorite examples would be in China. In China, there was Christianity, but this Christianity grew up around the Chinese folk religion and like the shamanism of like the Mongolic people, and that's how that brand of Christianity came to have some elements of the Shen god in Chinese mythology.
I think one of the reasons that conspiracy theories are so prolific is the fact that there's certain things that we're not allowed to examine. There's certain things that we're not allowed to talk about. So once people go into their shadows and they start whispering, then it just kind of like if we were allowed to discuss things openly, there would be no such thing as a conspiracy theory.
Well, it is kind of twofold in what you're saying, right? So there's a black box. Something's happening, and we can see that that's happening, but we don't have the information to make a conclusion. Therefore, we start formulating our own conclusions where the conspiracy comes from. And sometimes our conclusions, but I'd say the majority of people's conclusions are probably wrong, but there's probably somebody out there that's making a conclusion that actually is working out on why we don't understand this black box.
I think we can understand it. It's just that we have a lot of like doubts and like a lot of like confusion with a lot of things.
Well, it's like certain things, like even when you look at like history, it's like when you look at certain events, they just don't make sense. Like the whole like World War I, we were not given the full story, and so people start inventing conspiracy theories because what actually happened, like. Or and there's certain things like they just don't make sense, and you're trying to make sense of it. And so when somebody presents a narrative that is plausible, then you're more likely to believe them because we're fed so many lies.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why you can challenge any like event in history, and I mean any event. I don't think you should like play it safe. You should question any event in history, and yes, I do mean that one in World War II. Okay, I'm stopping now.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what life is saying is that like we have so much tribe culture that if there is one person in our tribe that says something that makes sense in our head, everything they say after that, we stop questioning and we just follow, right?
Right. And that's extremely dangerous. I don't think people should be defending their tribe. I mean, I'm a black person, I'm a gay person. If you say things that are objectively true about either group, I'm not going to defend it because I know that it's true. So when people do that, it actually makes the conspiracy worse because it makes it seem like you're just trying to protect your tribe, and you really should stop doing that. And now I don't trust anything that you're saying.
Wait.
Yeah, there's some validity there. I can see for sure.
Wait, LA, what are you saying to him? Like he's defending his tribe in what way?
No, when people do this, when they say, okay, well, I'm a part of this group, so no matter what, I'm going to defend them because my group is always right, your group is always wrong. If you if you say anything objectively true about my group, then you're just a bigot or whatever. Then I'm sorry, that's when I'm thinking you have an agenda and I can't believe anything that you're saying because your intention is to defend your group, not to examine objective reality.
Yeah, okay, right. I agree with that. Yeah, there are some narratives that are fed to groups of people from their own groups of like, hey, don't question this, because like you're gonna find the truth and you're gonna think that we are bad and we lied to you. So yeah, I do agree with that a lot. Yeah. Happens to everyone too. Happens to all groups of people around the world.
I don't believe any group is above reproach, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jew. It doesn't matter what your group is. I'm going to question everybody. And I hold everybody to the same standard. Nobody is exempt. You don't get to say that because I'm a part of an oppressed group that you can't make critiques against my group. That's not how this works.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I truly believe. Yeah, I don't care if you're like a religious. I don't care what religion you follow. Like all of them have issues. So I'm gonna call them out. Now, do I hate people who follow those religions? Not necessarily. But I do see pattern recognition, and some groups, I don't know.
What we're sorely lacking is the capacity, into tribally, so to speak, to have nuanced, balanced, and good conversations between various groups, like we are right now, right? Coming all from very, very different backgrounds. Everything's incredibly polarized. It's either this group's problem or that group's problem, or it's this or it's that. And nothing in life is black and white, really, fundamentally. Everything is incredibly nuanced and complex. And what seems... My experience of looking at what has basically been shoved down people's throats for my short existence of 28 years through mainstream media, which is clearly dying, is a very, very polarized, short, unintelligible conversation about something, a very, very narrow resolution. I often wonder if perhaps that's, is that because of the fact that people want to hide things from the masses and commit, and to conspire against them, or is it that most people can't swallow anything more than that? They can't swallow anything more than just that's the answer, as opposed to, well, there's these different threads and there's all these different sides to things. It's multifaceted, it's complex. And we need to take all of these things into consideration instead of vote Labour, vote Conservative. I cut tax, I raise tax. I support healthcare, I support privatisation. Like everything is like everything in the mainstream for the masses is like dumbed down. And like you could argue, is it a conspiracy to be like that, or is it that the vast majority of human beings, that's all they have the capacity to understand? Now that's a sweeping statement as well.
I think it's a combination of both, to be honest. I think humans are a bit dumb, and like they're a bit nearsighted, shorthand sighted inside their psychological capacities, but the higher ups in their respective society knows this, so they're going to give them whatever psyop or narrative, and they're just going to go along with it, and they can't break those chains. And I think that things are changing in this year for better. I think things are. I think people. The thing is, though, I don't think anything is going to happen. Things change, but things don't happen. Like up, quote unquote, but there is no riot against their leaders in like the respective Western world, where I think is like beyond morally reprehensible. You know, these leaders of the Western world are beyond morally reprehensible, in my opinion. You know.
Well, but also a lot of times when people are talking about a so-called conspiracy theory, these are not actual theories. These are just questions. And so the response to a question is, well, prove it. No, I can't prove it because I don't have any evidence. I'm asking a question so that we can explore it and so that we can actually get some evidence. But if you're just going to shoot it down initially and say this is a conspiracy theory, we're not allowed to question because it sounds crazy, then asking me for evidence for something that I'm not examining is not being said in good faith. Because that's what they do. They always say, "Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Let's not even talk about it. Let's move on." And you never get an opportunity to actually get the evidence. They basically use the fact that you don't have any evidence to say that it's not credible, but they're the ones who don't want to explore the evidence or obtain any evidence.
I kind of want to back up a little bit because, I mean, Jack made a very interesting comment onto, like, are we how actually, sorry, there were so many pieces to all those conversations. I'm trying to put them all back together in my head here, because Phantoma and I think Jack, you guys were kind of talking about, like, are some people just stupid or not? I think there's actually a lot of smart people out there that just don't care, right? They're like, hey, I enjoy doing what I'm doing. I don't need to be a part of this politics. I don't need to jump in the rhetoric, right? Now, to back you up, LA life, in a sense, when it came back to the tribes, and we can kind of look at history. Tribes that follow a leader typically fail. Tribes that question their leader and their leader accepts that challenge usually strive, right? So for you to say, hey, there's no evidence, move on. I'm actually agreeing with you in the sense that if we look at tribal nature, the tribes that go, I respect what you're saying, I honor you, but I want to question you, and that leader
conversation
brings it on, and that is kind of how America was founded, right?
Can I add
basically that concept?
I'll let
the tribes that succeed.
Can I just add to that super quick, and then you can carry on? Do you know? Look, and I'm not reducing this to chimpanzees, but do you know which type of males become the dominant or the leaders in chimpanzee packs? People often forget this. It's not the most aggressive and the most totalitarian. The most dominant, and I say dominant like in terms of like the one that the group looks up to, is actually the male that is able to be lots of different things. So it's not the super aggressive males that usually lead a group of chimpanzees. It's the male that is the most sensible and well-rounded. And I know that's an oversimplification of what we're talking about, but it reflects that, you know, fundamentally what thrives in the local community and within, if you're looking at it from a tribal perspective, the leader who is totalitarian and rules with an iron fist, you know, and doesn't let anyone question them. Yeah, that's, you know, that's not a healthy thing at all.
And they fail constantly.
And they fail, absolutely. And the sad thing about that is that if you look at the globalist agenda, that's currently sort of how it's operating at the moment and has been for, well, probably after World War II, really, to be honest.
I think the main reason for globalization is because of energy. Like, if we didn't have fossil fuels, we would still be in smaller communities. Fossil fuels has increased our economic growth. And population was only 1 billion before 1850. Now we're like 9 billion. Without fossil fuels, we would be here.
Exactly. It's because Go ahead.
So it's physics. So it's about energy. A lot of scientists know this. They know how the physics works. So if you know how physics works, you kind of know how society works and all that. And a lot of educated people know this truth. They know this shit. And they probably are like, oh, right.
Well, I think the purpose of globalization is to extract from the third world, and so that you can artificially make the West wealthy at the expense of the third world. But in terms of overpopulation, that's something that Thomas Malthus actually posited, that it's because of government intervention that is going to lead to overpopulation, because resources are being redistributed, because people are not sustained by their local population. I mean, what is it called? There's basically there's a natural limit for the sustainability of a local economy, but it's being artificially. It's being artificially propped up through globalization, so that now you can have unlimited population growth. And now we see that we have a population encroaching upon 9 billion. This is not natural. It's not sustainable. It's destroying the planet. And unfortunately, they say that, well, if we didn't intervene, then people would die. Well, that is the natural check that nature has against overgrowth. But when you the human species are the only species on the planet that does not have any natural checks on reproduction.
What are we talking about here? A bad thing. Just curious. Is globalization a bad thing?
Yes, it is. I would agree with that globalization.
Wow. How is that? Because I could see as a secular leftist, right? We want to lift everybody to the same level of humanity.
Oh, you're a secular leftist. Okay.
No, I'm actually a Christian rightist. But as a Christian rightist too, I want everybody, I want to lift all my Christian brothers up. And ultimately, right, I mean, that is just like being able to supply food to everybody. We just have two different methods for how to get there. Now, to what LA was saying earlier, right? Now, maybe there are alternative motives of why we're doing it right now, so that we can get cheaper goods into the United States, so that we can have more U.S. citizens with flat screens on their TV that have no money. Maybe there's all these things, but the end goal ultimately would be to have a globe that is not individual countries, but all of us working together. I mean,
now
I agree with that.
Now, I have a question for you. Who is going to lead this globalization in your views? Who is going to lead?
I mean, that's a great question,
because I don't mind.
We believe in the United States that we're leading it. I believe that Iran thinks they want to lead it. I think Russia thinks they want to lead it. Right. So we have lots of contradicting attitudes on who's going to lead this global order. Right. But
you ever heard
this is politics, but humanity. And I think if you surveyed 90% of the people outside of politics, they'd say, yeah, you know what? I'd be pretty cool with trading worldwide and all my men having the same opportunities I have.
But what about the people who just want to live in a state of nature? What about people who don't want globalization? They just want to be left alone.
And what about this? How about people who don't want to integrate into your view, but they want to keep their own traditions and cultures, but they want to modernize, but not adapt whatever main currency system? Because
globalization is just giving access to resources worldwide. It's not giving up your identity. So even here in the United States, you've got plenty of people. I've got a friend, Benjamin Balderson, who has his YouTube channel. And by the way, he's an Odinist, and he lives in Middle California, I think. And he's got his own land. He's got his own animals. He takes care of those things. He talks about politics, but he's allowed to do that. He's allowed to live with nature. He's not, the government's not saying you have to conform and you have to move to a big city and you have to vote on all these things. They're letting him do that. We can still have a global economy without saying you can't still live on a farm or out in nature.
I want to push back on that, because people don't choose to become civilized. Civilization is imposed on them. The West comes in and imposes democracy and capitalism through force. And then once you have a state, because they're forced to become a part of a state, the state has monopoly on all property, and so now it's worker-star coercion, where you have to work in order to survive. There is no state of nature. If you look at what's happening in Africa, first of all, every part of Africa has been encroached upon by a state, so there is no stateless society in Africa, or pretty much anywhere on the planet. And then it's like there is no state of nature. It's like people who want to live in their natural environments, in their mud huts or whatever, they're forced to be civilized, because if they don't, it's like they can't maintain their natural life. Like the wildlife is being destroyed, the the animals that they hunt are being eliminated or put in some other region. It's just like you're just look at what happened to the Native Americans. Did the Native Americans choose to be civilized, or was that an opportunity, or was that an imposition?
The Native Americans were already civilized before we got here.
They were nomads who were going around chasing after the buffalo, but the West.
They were in between being civilized and nomads.
I sympathize to your plight here, right? I get it because I mean, here I am. I have to pay taxes. I bought a piece of property, but we all know that this piece of property is still owned by the government because I'm paying taxes for the property I'm on and things like that, right? I never really own anything, and it would be so nice. And I love the plight you're preaching here to just go. You know what? I just want to go up and I see this plot of land that nobody's on. I just want to take control of it, right? That's like pure freedom in the most. But at the same time, what you're proposing is a type of anarchy, right? So if we take away the state and saying that these are things that we're granting you, we're putting this social construct, by the way, it's not forced. It is actually a social construct that the majority agree on. Yeah. That they say, if I have this plot of land that I bought and I paid for, that my neighbor cannot infringe on it. Therefore, I do not have anarchy, and my kids are safe.
Yeah. Well, I am an anarchist, but the bottom line is that it starts out by the fact that the state monopolized property in the first place. So now you can't own land without buying it or renting it. So it's workers or coercion, and it's only exists because of statism.
What was the state? What was the thing where? In the very beginning, they're like, you run out to any part of the country, put a stick in, and you get that land.
Yeah. I mean, just as an example.
Right, but you don't have that. You don't have that under statism or capitalism. You don't have that. It only exists in the state of nature.
Well, every flag has already been placed.
In England.
Okay, but this is the reason why Proudhon says that property is theft, because you have a natural right to acquire property without having to purchase it from the state.
Okay, give me your proposal on how that works.
Abolish the state. It's really simple. Get rid of the state. Get rid of private property. The only legitimate claim to property would be based on you making productive use of the property that you're using. It's not based on a legal title. A legal title is theft.
Who makes that determination as to whether or not it's an effective use of that part of land?
It's a state of nature. Look, I can answer your question.
LA, Alpha has a question. Alpha, come on and ask the question, brother.
I'm a geopolitical
realist. Let me just answer your question. So it's just like if a bird builds a nest. The bird built that nest through his own effort. That bird is entitled to that nest. If somebody comes and disturbs that bird nest, that is illegitimate, whether they have legal title or not.
No, if that bird puts a nest on my property,
I need someone to build a house for me. I would rather someone build my house and I put my work to good use somewhere else.
LA.
What I'm good at for money.
LA, like I'm sorry.
That's at the moment. I agree with you actually, LA, that in some sense we need to be moving towards a decentralized system that the state in and of itself is there for the interests of the people as opposed to the interests of the centralization of power for the elite, because that's what the state is, right, in the West. Well,
it's not. The state is not serving my interests at all. The state is my oppressor.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to move towards a much more egalitarian, decentralized system where the state, its sole interest is to support its citizens.
But that's not what a state is. That's the whole point. The state is basically a corporate entity which does not serve the people because it has its own interests separate from the people. That's why I'm against statism.
Well, that's what we have at the moment, but that doesn't need to be the case.
That's what a state is. It's impossible for the state as a corporate entity to serve the people.
That says who? Would you not
because
say
it goes against the nature of what a state actually is? It's a separate corporate entity which is not the same as the people. So if you eliminated the state, then you would just have the people. You don't need a state to serve its own interests.
I am the state.
I think that's a presupposition that you're basing something on.
No. It's just like if you have a corporation, right? The corporation has its own interest separate from its stakeholders, right? The individual stakeholders are not as important as the corporation itself. Now, once you have a state, you have a collective interest, which is not. You have the common good, the state interest, all these oppressive nebulous terms, which basically lead to collectivism and the destruction of individual rights. So if you eliminate the state, then you would just have individual rights and respect for it. This is the reason the whole framework of statism is problematic. It's based on violence and illegitimate property claims.
Okay, so LA, let me ask you, let's just bring it down to a really small level, right? Everybody knows what an HOA, well, actually we have some English people here. I don't know if you guys have HOAs over there. Are you guys familiar with HOAs?
No.
So here in the United States, there's this common practice where a small group of houses, maybe like 50 to 100 houses, will all like build houses. And they come up with what they call the homeowners association. Instead of everybody having a pool in their backyard, they all pay into the HOA, and they share the pool, they share the playgrounds, and they all pay into the HOA. And there's an HOA of those 50 to 100 houses. And the housing committee may go, we don't want anybody to park cars on the grass. And if you do, then we're gonna fine you. If you paint your house pink, because we don't like pink houses, we're gonna fine you. But that particular HOA has full control of that tiny little group there. You chose to move into that neighborhood. You joined the HOA. You're part of that community, right? This is a mini government. And personally, I don't live in an HOA.
Yeah, it is.
I hate HOAs, by the way.
But egalitarian.
In a non-HOA neighborhood, but
yeah.
I mean, you guys follow, like, this is a tiny group of people, and all the homeowners own that facility. They all get to decide whether they're going to put more chlorine in the pool. They all get to decide if they want to expand the playground. They all get to decide to do that, right? And then you move to the city level, then you move to the state level, then you move to the federal level.
Right. Can I answer this question? Somebody asked me, for life abolitionism, can he create a society that does not need a show of force to maintain order? No, anarchy does not say that there is no violence at all, but we challenge illegitimate violence, illegitimate authority. And so if you have an association or a society where you actually have a real social contract, where you actually agree to be a part of that society, that is legitimate violence to enforce the actual social contract. But the way it is constructed now, there is no actual social contract. You're born into it. You're you're subjected to all these rules that you never consented to, and everybody else imposes their will on you. That is not a social contract.
Well, you are born into it and unconsenting until you reach the age where you are allowed to actually start stepping up.
Yeah.
And
but where's the consent, though? Where at what point was there consent?
Well, I mean, as soon as you're born, whatever you're born into doesn't matter. You never have consent of what you're born into.
So there was never consent. So therefore, there was never a social contract.
Well, but I would agree with you that the social contract without enforcement, without a might or force equals might, right? Or might equals right. Without that, 80% of people will actually go along with what the people around them are doing, right? So you're born into that, regardless. There's no way to get around that. You don't sign a contract. Like when God breathes you out of the universe, you're a baby. They're not like, hey, I'm going to put you here. Are you okay with that? So no, you're never going to have that. But then you mature, and you have the right.
That's not true. You can address that, because the only way you can have a real social contract is when you exist voluntarily through your consent. But the fact that the right to exit to no longer exist within that society has been criminalized, then a social contract is impossible. So in order to have an actual social contract, there has to be a right to exit. If you're forced to exist,
it's very ironic, because I actually just read like 15 studies yesterday, because I'm prepping a debate on the forced doctrine versus social contract, and I'm taking the social contract side that outplays the forced doctrine. And the studies show that most of us, and I think this is because most of us actually just want to live our lives, raise our children, and have fun. We're not really concerned about the politics that everybody else in the world is concerned about. We just want to go about our daily life, right? Now, we're all here on a panel because we actually are concerned about it. We're like, hey, I love my daily life. I want to raise some children. But at the same time, I see some injustices and I want to fight it. And I think that's a great thing for us to do here. But none of us signed up to come here. None of us even signed up or agreed to be born.
But the point that I was trying to make is that after that original imposition, if you don't want to be a part of the social contract, you should have the freedom to exit, to no longer exist. No, you do not, because the right to medical assistance has been criminalized. So you're forced to exist under this illegitimate social contract, whether you want to or not.
Well, here's the question. I mean, do you think it's illegitimate, or are you the minority and does the majority think it's legitimate?
The fact that the majority has the ability to impose its will on me in the first place is illegitimate.
Okay, so then what do we do about that, right? So if all of a sudden I have one person that believes that I should be able to murder everybody, how do I handle his case and his freedom?
It's based on consent. You don't have the right to murder anybody, but you also don't have the right to enslave them. So if somebody doesn't want to exist within your social contract, within your society, if they don't want to exist at all, they should have that right. They should not be forced to exist and forced to be productive for the benefit of the collective.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about somebody that's agreeing to be deleted. I'm talking about somebody who wants to delete a bunch of people without consent.
That is not a legitimate social contract. You can't violate somebody's consent. That is a violation of the social contract. To the extent that the social contract has any legitimacy in the first place.
Yeah, that's where we're kind of going back and forth now, because you're saying the social construct doesn't have any legitimacy, but now you're telling me.
Let me just back up for a second. The purpose of the social contract is to protect your natural rights. So the natural rights predate the social contract. And so your natural rights are legitimate whether there's a social contract or not. So if I harm somebody, then I still violated their natural rights.
So your social construct or your social contract is based on your thoughts. And the social contract I'm talking about is based on the collective.
No, it's based on what John Locke said. There's two schools of thought. There's Jean-Jacques Rousseau and John Locke. John Locke would say that natural rights predate the social contract. They predate government.
Okay, what if the majority disagree with John Locke?
Well, then they're using illegitimate violence to impose their will.
And what makes his legitimate?
Yeah.
Because his is based on consent, and theirs is based on non-consent, and it's based on violence.
Okay, and why is consent the ruling factor there? Because I know with Christianity and our rules, there's nothing in that about consent, right? So can you explain to me why consent makes John Locke's social construct the only one that we should be abiding by?
Because this is the whole pretense behind democracy and civilization, that we're so nonviolent and you consented to this based on the consent of the government. This is the whole facade that they've been selling to everybody. That this is the will of the people. This is what you wanted.
You're actually going the opposite here, right? You're saying I am trusting this one man who says all of the social contracts should be based on consent. However, the majority, the democracy, is saying otherwise, and you're saying that this is all a facade.
No. It's so many layers, and I don't think I can give a whole explanation of this. But it's based on freedom of association. So basically, you would need to have very limited government. You would have a small government where you chose to be a part of that tribe or whatever for your own protection. It's not going to be some globalist or some like nation state where everybody's just born into it and they can't escape it. You can't have this globalization bullshit and then think that you're going to get freedom out of that.
Well, what do you think that we have mostly in the West already, fundamentally? And this, I still think we've got a long way to go. And this is what I was talking about earlier, about a decentralized government, a state, right, that is much more focused on the interests of the people and their individual freedoms and rights, but some semblance of authority or whatever, so that, you know, people don't just do what the hell they want to do. And I think the West is probably places like England and the Scandinavian countries and things like that, perhaps in America, are quite close to what you're talking about. If I wanted to, right, I could pack my bag and a tent, and I could go and live in what we call in England, we call it free terrain land, right? Like land that's just not owned really by anyone. It might be managed by a trust or something, but I could go into Snowdonia in England, or I could go to Cumbria in the north of England, or, you know, Scotland, and I could just live somewhere that is decentralized and not partake in society, right? I could hunt for myself. I could, you know, I could do all the things, right? Why would I want to do that? Because I'd much rather have a family and kids and have a computer and do the job that I love in IT, and, you know, get to partake in, you know, lots of recreation, but also, live like, I don't have the skills to live in a completely decentralized society, right? Like, I don't have the skills to build my own house on my own land and cultivate, you know, a little farm and get food. And I don't have those skills. I need other people to provide so much in my life for me.
Right. You need extraction. You need other people to exist for you. This is how the whole system works. But to answer your question,
that's how the human collective works. I mean, we can't all be good at some things. Like, for example, right? Like, I can code, an automation script of 1,000 lines long to make a department in my business's life a lot easier, right? And that's a large part of what I do in my job, okay? And then I get paid to do that. But then I then give to the carpenter to then come around my house and build me an integrated cupboard or wardrobe in my house, because I can't do that. And without some form of state or like cohesion and a top level social agreement, that becomes really, really difficult. Because
let me just address your question. Basically, if you are going to have a state, it should have very extremely limited authority. The authority to protect life, liberty, and property. Anything else should be decided at a very local level. The problem is that the state that we have now has basically unlimited authority. They have general police powers where they can regulate your entire existence.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What happens if one other state or sovereignty wants to invade your own ideal state? What happens then if someone wants to invade it? What happens now, huh? If you don't have a strong state or army, then what happens?
I'm not understanding your question. You would defend yourself the same way you would do under just any state. You don't need a state to defend yourself. What you need are people. And so even you can defend yourself.
The whole country comes to attack where you're living. You need more than just yourself. And
no, that's not true. Even before the United States became an official state, they still defended their land. They defended their countrymen. And
because
so you don't
colonies. They weren't
right. It wasn't a colony. It's not the same as a state.
LA. You're getting caught up in this notion that it's all just an imposition. Yeah, people are put into these situations they didn't choose, and they are being oppressed. Now, in my view, the state is a form of governance, but so is being a member of a tribe. You know,
You chose to be a member of the tribe. You didn't choose to be a member of the state.
You don't necessarily choose to be. You're born into it. There's a culture. You're born into it. There's a culture. It's just the same thing, but on a micro scale. And perhaps
it's not the same thing because you can leave your tribe.
Perhaps it's even worse, like abolitionism, because you're at the mercy of a very small collective of people who may not be able to help you, who may not want you to flourish, who may have all manner of problems internally. There may be no way out of it, but at least in a wider society, you have more opportunity.
It's a lot easier to flee a tribe than it is to flee a state.
No, you're wrong. Back then, inside Africa or like Native American tribes, if you betray the tribe or leave the tribe, they will come after you in their groups. So
No. The difference is that
history. All tribes and Africa.
The difference is that when you live under the state, you have a social security number.
I think you have distorted romantic notions of the noble savage.
You have a social security number. You have a social security number. You have a driver's license. There's tracking that's going to follow you for the rest of your life. You can easily flee a tribe. You cannot flee the state. It's going to follow you no matter where you go.
The tribes can come after you. That happens throughout tribal history. African, and whenever someone would do something wrong, let's say in an African tribe, the tribe will punish you as a group, as a collective, which I think is worse. If you do like a crime in like an American type of environment, or like in any state sovereign, you can like get away with it because like you can get on a car or whatever. But if you did something bad to like inside an African tribe, the tribe will come after you, and this applies to all tribes. LA.
I'm kind of confused.
Even if the tribe does come after you,
can I just throw a comment out there? So, I mean, I live in California now, just south of LA. So I am part of the metropolitan area. But I grew up in a very small town in Michigan. The closest house was like 5 miles from our house. We had a well that our water came from. We had a septic tank, which handled our sewage. The only thing we actually paid for was electricity to our house, which the city piped to our house without any charge. But we had to pay for the electricity bills. We were off the grid mostly. And we had cattle, and we were able to produce our own farming, and we'd like to hunt, and we'd get deer, and that would stock our refrigerator for the summer or for the winter. But the weird thing is, it sounds like what you're saying is that like that's the type of freedom you're looking for, and we paid a little bit of taxes because we got the power lines run to our house, and there was a road to our house. Yeah. And if Canada or Russia or Mexico ever decide to invade us, we know we can still live that life pretty much outside of the state, outside of the government, outside of everybody ruling us or telling us what to do. And I'm trying to understand, like, where your frustration with the government, where are they holding you down, and what's holding you back that makes you so angry?
I just want to make a quick point that if a tribe attacks you, you have a fighting chance. You can form a group of people to defend yourself against the tribe. There is no defense against the state. The state has a monopoly on the use of physical force.
There, help! Come on, LA. Don't be unrealistic. You can't run away fast enough.
Explain how you can defend yourself against the state.
I know you can't, but like, I don't think you have to defend yourself against a tribe as well, and I think it's even more dangerous because like the tribe is literally inside your face; it's inside you. Native American tribes, African tribes.
I sense that LA has deep, and as have I had, or as have I for stop shouting, fam. What? As have I for various parts of my life, a deep resentment towards.
Yeah, I'm about to check on Kuya.
A deep resentment towards the state and controlling institutions and the monetary system and the way that. Let's just forget that let's just pretend that everything is the West and focus on how Western civilization has organized itself in the last 400 years. It has progressively got more and more centralized, more and more totalitarian, even with this facade of like democracy and choice. But it's still it's still much more free and open and less oppressive when you compare it to when I compare my own country to other places in the world. I feel a lot safer. I feel a lot freer. I feel like, if all shit breaks loose, that all my family members died tomorrow and then I got into a car accident, I broke my leg, I would have faith that on some level the state would take care of me in some fashion. I might not have a very good, standard of living, but I share your feelings and your perspective of the state LA. But I think it's much more nuanced than this, and I think what would be ideal, and I'm not an idealist either, to be honest. But what would be ideal is like what I talked about. The third zeitgeist has a guy in it called what's his name? Jackie Fresco. Does anyone know Jackie Fresco?
No.
It was an American futurist and a self-described social engineer, and he talked about, you know, an idealistic world of a decentralized government that was much more autonomous in local regions, and you could choose much more freely what society you belong to, and that there was much more automation. And because I think the problem that we have is the reason why the state sets itself up in the way that it does, a level that we can all get on board with, is, yeah, Jackie, he is a legend. The Venus Project, that's right. That is right. That's it.
I'm gonna look into him.
He's dead now, and it's quite stark because he's predicting a lot of what like AI is promising as well, but not in the way that we're all experiencing it at the moment, like almost like an existential threat. But what was I saying? What was my point? I think I've forgotten. Like, I don't know.
So you're thinking about the future, like what possibilities, like there's different possibilities for human societies, either collapse.
Yeah, we want to aim towards
Star Trek.
That was it. It's like the problem that we have, LA, is that the people that are in control of because in the UK we have the government, right, at the top. A party is in charge. Then we have regional government, which we call the council, right? And then off of the back of that, most regional councils have like municipality, like sub-regional council. So you have like a council and then a council underneath that for a smaller space. So we have these so many, and then you have like public institutions like regional, like NHS trusts, and like we have so many different, like, you know, state-run organizations that just centralize power for people that literally just go into these careers for one thing, and that is to just be a narcissistic psychopathic maniac. And like, honestly, the people that go into running our states go into it for one thing only, and that's personal interest and personal gain instead of serving people. And it's like, your experience of the state would probably be a lot better, as would all of ours, if it was truly there for to be of service to the local community. And it's
why would it be in service of the local community if they already have a monopoly on violence? They can do whatever they want.
Well, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm talking about a different paradigm. If it was different.
That paradigm is impossible if they already have monopoly on violence. They can do whatever they want.
No, that sounds defeatist to me.
Here's the thing. If you guys think that democracy serves your interest, that's fine. You're entitled to your democracy. But I don't think that it serves my interest. And if I don't want to exist under your democracy, I should have the right to opt out. Why should medical assistance be criminalized? Why should I be forced to exist under your system at my expense?
In the UK, if you want to go live in the woods and never pay tax and never get involved with anybody, go and live on public land and don't pay tax, don't get involved with you know, everyday affairs, and you don't want to bring in children into the world, or you don't want to burden the state, like, you can do that.
Yeah, you can.
You're not responding to what I just said. I'm talking about the criminalization of medical assistance. That if I don't want to exist at all, even off the grid or anywhere else, I could have that right.
I'm not going to say some things, but I think it's fairly obvious and implicit what the answer to your question is. You expect somebody else to kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I should have the legal right to contract with anybody who's willing to do it. I'm not forcing anybody, but like Dr. Kevorkian or anybody else who's willing to perform that service, I should have the right, and they should not face any criminal prosecution.
LA. I'm not. Once again, I'm not trying to advocate the act, but you can do the act without any assistance and be done with it.
That's not what. See, that's you imposing your will on me. That's you saying that I should. That's you telling me that I should do it. That's you telling me that I should do it the way that you want me to do it. You're not respecting my right to self-ownership. If it's my right, if it's my life, my body, I should be able to do it the way I want to do it, not the way you think that I should do it.
So, LA, are you basically saying that if you get critically injured,
what the hell,
that you basically just want to be left alone and not let the state come in and try to save you? Because you're your own autonomous person. You're like, I'm going to grant
yes, to answer your question.
So you rather just die like suffering, like in like the.
I think you're being disingenuous. Like,
no, I don't want to be saved. I don't want to be saved.
Screaming in agony on the side of the road.
No. I told you that I had a real situation.
Help me.
You asked me about my near-death situation when I had that car accident.
You were unconscious. LA, you were unconscious, brother. I'm saying if you were conscious, if you were fully conscious and you were in excruciating agony, and there was somebody nearby who had some kind of, who was in a position to help you, you would be calling for their assistance.
No. Why are you making these assumptions? You're projecting your values onto me. I would rather be left to die. That's what I want.
What happened to you, LA?
Wait, LA. Would you rather be left to die if it was the state in a hospital letting you or coming to save you, or if I just was like you? I was like, oh crap! I'm also an atheist, or agnostic. Anarchist. I'm also an anarchist. I see that you're in pain. Would you let me help you?
I don't want you to help me. Leave me alone. Let me die.
Okay. LA. Think of the hypothetical. Calm down, everybody. 1 second. 1 moment.
Okay.
LA. Think of the hypothetical. Right. You're on the side of the road. Something's happened. You're on your bicycle. You got hit by a bike, and your hip got crushed by an articulated lorry. You are there. You're not going to die, but you are in excruciating agony. You may die if you're there long enough, but it's going to take maybe days, weeks. Okay. On the other side of the road is a state-sanctioned ambulance, and all it takes is for you to get the paramedics to notice you, and you will be saved by the state. Are you telling me in such circumstances you would not seek assistance from the state?
Yes. Without question, I would not want assistance.
Radical.
Then you're gonna die slowly.
Your hip is crushed. Your hip has been crushed to smithereens. You're suffering in excruciating agony. The pain is making you cry. Are you telling me you wouldn't ask those paramedics?
That suffering would be temporary, but if I allow them to save me,
as I said, it may take weeks for you to die.
It's not going to take weeks. It would take days. It would take days because I would die of dehydration.
There's no blood. It's just broken bones. There's no blood. It's just broken bones and nerve damage.
Well, what about something even simpler? What about if you just fell out of a tree, climbing a tree in your little tribe?
You've been accused of having histrionic personality disorder, LA, in the comments. Sorry.
I'm talking. Okay, I'm not talking about a regular injury where I just broke my leg or something. I'm talking about where if you left me alone, I was just going to expire. I would rather you leave me alone.
But when you have a broken leg, okay, well that's fair enough. Look, when you have a broken leg, you would seek the assistance from the state. You would benefit from the state's existence.
I don't know about the state. I don't know. I don't know if I paid somebody to heal me. That's one thing, but regardless, it's going to be based on my consent. I don't want you imposing on me and forcing me to take your help.
Can I tell you a story, LA, that actually happened to me? And like you guys can like. And this is a personal anecdote, but like it's pretty useful, I think, for this thing. But like I was in a car like, about a year and a half ago with a family relative of mine. They were driving the car, and a Jeep hit us point blank in our front rear, and like the family member went unconscious, and I couldn't open
the door until a retired firefighter came and saved my family member who became unconscious. Now, if it wasn't for them, you know, like, who knows what could have happened, right? Because like I thought they died already. So like, yeah. So like, and then eventually the ambulance came, and then like I eventually broke down the door, right? Because I had adrenaline, but my family member was unconscious, so they had to open up the door with the jaws of life. So yeah.
Okay, well, I had my own near-death experience, and when the so-called police officers came to save me, I was pissed. I'm like, leave me alone. I don't want your help. Leave me the fuck alone. Like, they didn't understand why I was so angry. They thought they were doing me a favor, and they were not respecting my wishes. I'm telling them to leave me alone. They would not stop. They kept asking me, are you okay? Are you okay? I was okay before you came over here. Like, I didn't ask for your damn help. Leave me alone.
But LA, you would have suffered more if they didn't have your help, and you're against suffering, right? So what the hell, like, right? Like you're against.
No, they were imposing their will on me and pretended that they were helping me, and I didn't want their help. It's like if I had a near-death experience, I'm thinking I felt like I was relieved, like, okay, I can't wait till this is over, and then it's like it's not over, and now I'm being confronted with the police who I was wishing that I was free from.
Okay, now here's my question. Now, how come after that whole incident, how come you didn't just finish the so-called deed by yourself? Like, if you were so close to it, and
No, because I wasn't actually injured. It was a near. It's like I had a really bad accident, but for whatever reason, I walked away with just a few scratches. But they just wouldn't leave me alone. Like I was pissed because I didn't want to survive that, but they didn't understand it. They thought I should be grateful. They're like, your car was so damaged, like you should be happy that you survived. And I'm like, I was not happy. I was pissed, and I don't want to talk to you.
But LA, I'll just say this: it wasn't
in this conversation, and I'm kind of sad having this conversation. Like, he has his own ontological, you know, beliefs and understanding, and he's entitled to that. I feel like we should probably stop probing him now, to be honest. You know, everyone is entitled to have their own sense of self and what they believe, right? And we're here to discuss things and what LA's stance is. So it makes me quite sad listening to him talk. So I don't know if anyone else sort of feels like we're sort of going around in circles now.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but
in a different frame, you know, it's you know,
yeah, no, like I can't.
I mean, here's the thing. No, I don't need your sympathy. I need your pity. The only thing I need you to do is respect my rights. Respect my rights, and that's all I need from you. Respect my right to medical assistance, and I'll be grateful for that.
I'm just bored of this conversation.
Like, Emily, I would consider myself a pretty like pessimistic person, but damn, dude, like lighten up.
Yeah.
No, because that's what they think that you like. I don't care about that. I need you to respect my rights. That's all I'm asking for.
Why?
What rights? You don't need rights to do the freaking deed. You don't need rights to do the deed. You could just.
Okay, then
we don't want you to do the deed. Actually, LA.
I know. I'm not saying
LA. The point is, right? You're telling these people they need to respect your point of view. But you don't respect their point of view on a series of matters. In fact,
why should I? They're imposing their will on me.
I just said that I respect your.
We reach a stalemate here where people don't see eye to eye, and you know you just have to kind of accept that. Otherwise, well, what can you say? Only shut up. You know.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. If you don't respect my rights, then basically just keep your pity because I'm not interested in that. Don't feel sorry for me.
I'm not.
You can't. It's nobody has the right for someone to agree with their opinion, right? So I don't have to respect or agree with anything you say.
You don't respect it, which is why you should keep your pity. Don't act like you feel sorry for me because you don't.
What?
You're like, oh, I feel so sad. You don't feel sad.
I actually love LA. I think LA's a very interesting person.
Really?
I do feel bad.
That's a strong word.
I do. I look. LA he's an interesting person. I feel that he does care. I personally, and I don't want to be patronizing, here. I feel he's wrong about things. Okay, but I understand why he feels the way he does.
Same.
Okay, and I just wish he could feel better, and I just wish he could see a different way of looking at things. But I know it's completely up to him. I'm not telling him he has to change his mind. I just wish he could, and I wish he could feel happiness and well-being, and I wish he could see the value he adds to the world with his views on other matters and his way of being. He's a very intelligent person. He has a lot to offer. He's a caring person. He's a lot to offer. So
can you tell me how I'm wrong? Can you tell me how I'm wrong about my own life? Like, how can I be wrong about my life if it's actually my life? Like, you don't have a right to an opinion about my life. It's not your life.
LA. I'm saying
I have an opinion on your
I'm
life.
saying sometimes we have to accept. We live in a world of 8 billion people with all these different subjective opinions, okay, and views on matters. Now we just have to accept that, and you're basically trying to put together something that is fundamentally broken and was never whole in the first place. And you're asking others to see the world the way you do. It's never been the case. It's never been the case that humans have been able to do that, LA.
It's not within a proper scope of government.
You're saying all people should see the world like you do.
No, I don't.
You're relying on things that you don't agree with in the first place, which is
individual rights.
You're relying on something you don't agree with in the first place to support your argument, which is essential governance that would be needed to give power to what you want.
No, I don't want to legalize it. I want to decriminalize it. Individual rights cannot be put to a public vote. Therefore, my individual rights are
in many ways, LA, unfortunately, I don't. You are a walking bag of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Tell me what my hypocrisy is. I mean, can you identify?
For the first, as I've already just stated, first of all, you want to dismantle the state. You don't like centralized governance. You don't think we need it. But then on the other hand, you're completely relying on it.
No, I'm not.
Because you want central governance to support your right.
No, I do not. You're misrepresenting my position. My position exists whether there's a state or not. I would have a freedom to contract with any private medical person to perform the service, independent of the state.
It's not really how it works in most Western
That's not how it works in this big bad world we're in, LA.
No.
And see,
that's not my fault. It's not my fault that they set it up this way.
It's not your fault, but you might as well be talking about Cinderella and the fucking, I don't know, fucking her ugly sisters.
This is the problem. This is the problem.
It's just a fairy tale. What you're talking about, what you're getting passionate about, it's just a fairy tale. It doesn't exist.
This is the problem.
You have to stand on your own 2 feet in the big bad world, look at reality, and say, how am I going to deal with reality? Because at the moment, you're not in reality, brother. You're in this world where you think people can agree with you on absolutely everything, and they just won't.
This is the problem, though. You guys set the conditions. You set the terms. I have to exist within your world, and then you talk about personal responsibility after you guys have set all the rules. It's like I didn't
read the rules. Respectfully, you keep on saying I don't have the option to opt out, and I personally think you do. And I was kind of like saying, in the United States, you have opportunities to opt out. You don't have to live in the big city. You can go somewhere else. There's many countries, by the way. I also live in the Philippines. I have that opportunity there. It's much different, right? We have these opportunities to opt out in the styles of government we don't like. And my point, I mean, I actually agree with a lot of things you're saying. I want that independence to do whatever I want. I want to be able to just take when I see a nice piece of land that I don't see any property on, I'm like, I wish I could just build a house right there. That'd be really cool. Right? Like, I think that's really cool and freedom like. And I think a lot of us, like when we're driving and we see a nice spot of land, we're like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to put a cottage there? That's like pure freedom. But we know with
pure chaos.
The planet, we need somebody to say, yeah, can you do that or can you not? Right. And I don't think this is oppression. I don't think that anything's bad. And personally, I'm going to do a little critique of you here. I think that you don't like life circumstances right now. I think you're probably in a city and you're probably struggling and you don't know how to opt out. You go, financially, I can't opt out. Financially, I can't move to Montana. Financially, I can't move to another country. Therefore, I'm just going to complain right now about my city. And the first thing I would do as you is go to city council, start talking to them, maybe even start running. Like, it all starts local.
You think I haven't run for office? This is what I'm saying. You're making a lot of assumptions, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm not even talking about opting out as in living off the grid. I'm talking about the right to medical assistance to not exist at all.
Wait, so you just want medical assistance for all humanity gone?
No, for myself. That's what you're not understanding. You're saying I'm trying to impose my will on. I want it for myself.
You want medical assistance.
You're imposing your voice on us.
You want medical assistance.
Yes, I do.
No, he just wants the right to kill himself.
What was that whole thing we just said about?
Come to the UK and give it to you for free.
What? I didn't hear your question.
He wants completely unrestricted access so that anybody can get it at any time.
Well, Canada can do that, right?
That's not true. That's not true. It's not unrestricted in Canada.
It is in England.
It's not unrestricted anywhere. There's no place on the planet that is unrestricted.
Okay, then here's my advice: go join a political party, and then
LA. Hold on a second, right? Do you see any problems with this completely unrestricted access to it? Because you're saying you don't owe anybody anything. Well, if you don't owe anybody anything, why do they owe you this unrestricted access?
Ooh.
And I think there has to be a situation here where we owe each other,
to be
at least the opportunity to be heard, and we owe each other fairness and justice, all these things. But LA,
do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Do you not see some problem with that completely unrestricted access?
No, I don't.
To this?
No problems whatsoever.
No, I don't. I don't, and the reason why is because I'm not asking for a legal right. I'm asking for decriminalization. I'm asking for the state to step out the way and let me hire whoever I want to perform the service. The state has nothing to do with it.
Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I'm hearing. You essentially want everyone to just back the fuck off away from you and just let you do what you want, and that's using the state to do the deed, right? Essentially, that's the only way I'm hearing this right now. Wait,
how is the state involved in this in any way, shape, or form?
You said you want decriminalized access.
Who else are you going to get permission from?
Yeah.
Let me just answer your question. Dr. Kevorkian was not part of the state. He was not even licensed by the state. His medical license was revoked. So those people who received his services had no protection from the state. This was a private actor.
He's from the 16th century or something. It's like
this was somebody in the 1990s who was a medical doctor who had his license revoked, but he performed services on people anyway because he didn't believe that it was just.
John Locke is the guy, the English philosopher and physician, born in 1632.
So let me ask you this question: where was the state involved in anything related to Dr. Kevorkian? The state was not involved in that.
He's only one person. Okay, how about this? How about you join like a lobby for this stuff, and then you make it decriminalized in the way that
that's the whole point. That's the reason why I come on here, because I want people to agree with me, and we can organize and get this decriminalized. I'm not doing this for help for my health. I'm not asking for pity. I want people to actually change public policy.
Well, wait, public policy.
But what I'm saying is decriminalize it. Decriminalize it.
Hold on. There we go. Back to that old chestnut.
Decriminalize it.
He wants to change public policy in an institution he doesn't believe in.
As an anarchist,
I want to decriminalize it and get the state out of it. That's the only public policy, is to not have a public policy.
But you're working inside the same framework of policy. As an anarchist, you shouldn't give a fuck about policy. Who gives a fuck about policy if you're an anarchist?
It doesn't matter who gets in. Doesn't matter who you vote for. The government always gets in, and that's the problem.
The bottom line, whether I'm an anarchist or not, it has a chilling effect on anybody who's willing to provide the service. They're not going to do it if they're going to face criminal prosecution.
What? No,
we're going around in circles now.
Yeah, oh my. Okay, but how about this? I recommend you join like a lobby to make this stuff decriminalized, but don't call yourself an anarchist.
I want you to live a long, happy, healthy life.
As do I.
No, I think that is the perfect anarchist solution.
And die naturally in your sleep.
Right. I'm not sure how you think that contradicts anarchy. There would be the ultimate freedom.
What my personal wish for you is to have a life of laughter, belly aching laughter, good food,
love life,
a bit of slap and tickle whenever you want.
The goal of the anarchist is to be free from the state. So I'm not sure how that would not free me from the state.
Because I always have the same question. I love that we have these debates and that we hit hard, but sometimes we just knock heads. But every once in a while, we have to go, okay, so what's the prescription? So LA, if we were to be an anarchist state, not to say that, but if we were, what is the prescription and how would that work?
It's not going. That's not the point. I'm not trying to change your system. Let me finish.
Hold on, guys. Let me finish. One second. Crazy Lady Jane says, so what's the conspiracy point here, please? It's a bit higgledy-piggledy. Yeah, she's asking. I mean, we can probably relate it to conspiracy theories. We could say that, life abolitionism believes there's a conspiracy against humankind to keep us alive against our will, and to criminalize those who want to set others free, so to speak.
Well, in a sense, too, that the state.
We'll go with that for now. But by the way, we can change. We can change the topic. So feel free to come on and move the goalposts of the conversation somewhere else.
We can change the subject. I just want to make one last point, and then we can change the subject. I'm not trying to change democracy. I know that you guys are not going to change. There is no reform. I just want to I want to extricate myself from your oppressive system. You can keep your oppressive system all you want. I just don't want to exist within it.
Who do you mean by we? Like, if people in this panel are like oppressing you right now?
This is your oppressive, raggedy system. This is your democracy. It's not mine.
My democracy? Me? I don't like this system too. I guess this isn't mine. I didn't come up with the rules here, man. So I don't know. You accusing me of oppressing you?
If you're not an anarchist, then you support democracy. It is what it is. This is your system.
No. LA. I don't wish you harm, but if tomorrow you broke your toes or you broke a little finger, I know you'd be screaming out for help.
Yeah.
From the state.
Yeah, but I think he's also complaining that the state is actually denying that too. So
it's not the same as me breaking my toe. If I broke my toe, I would go to a doctor. If I had an injury that was going to cause me to just expire, I would not want any help whatsoever.
Are you sure about that? Because like whenever people do get hurt,
how would you know life abolition? How would you know?
Yeah, were you in pain before? When I was in pain, I was like, "Oh fuck, someone!" Like, come on, LA, you have to be realistic here. Like,
okay, I don't know if somebody shot me in the chest or something serious happened to me. Don't save me. Do not resuscitate.
If someone shot you in the chest, why save you? You're gonna be dead instantly. Who would save you if you shot in the chest, man? You're dead.
People have been saved from gunshots. People have been saved from all kinds of injuries. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You want to get shot in the chest and just be left alone bleeding?
LA. I suppose cloning you is out of the question.
Cloning me? Absolutely not. Do not clone me.
I want to make an army of life abolitionists. And I want to put them in. I want to put them in a jungle in Africa and see what they come up with.
Oh shit!
Because I want to see what they'd come up with because it'd be an interesting experiment. Let's set them free in the jungle and see what happens.
No, damn.
How does it all fare out without the state helping them?
Yeah, right. Like they're all just gonna whine.
How long would it survive? It'd be like a kind of, Lord of the Flies kind of stuff.
Lord of the Flies. Isn't that the book where they worship the pig's head on the stick, Beelzebub, right? Isn't that the same one?
Do you know, I heard a few years ago now that Eminem has been cloned and the old Eminem is no longer there, and the new Eminem.
Well, there's loads of these conspiracies at the moment. I mean, they're saying that Jim Carrey is one. Yeah. They're also saying that Joe Biden is dead or in prison, and basically there's someone walking around with masks, silicone masks.
And then there's
the last 5 years or something.
in Hollywood. Yeah.
Joe Biden as well. You heard that one, and even someone on here has said that Donald Trump is a clone as well.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, no, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I love how your family's just like, yeah, no, he definitely is.
Everyone's a clone in who's famous. Everyone is a clone of each other. No one's real to me. Like if you're famous, you're not real. Simple as that.
I think
he means that metaphorically, poetically.
Yeah, I know. I think what. Yeah, it's like if you are rich and famous, like rich, comes along with being famous usually. Then you have probably sold your soul in some capacity.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. You work for the narrative, the media, political machine. Of course, you don't have any sovereignty if you work for that.
Yeah.
Zero sovereignty at all. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you guys are going to regulate it on the back end, then can we also regulate it on the front end? Can we put restrictions on procreation? Can we regulate it so extreme that only
LA? David Benatar doesn't even.
LA. That's not very anarchist of you.
Of course it's not. But if you guys are going to inflict violence against me, why can't we inflict violence against you guys too, so that you don't have the right to procreate? Why should we respect your autonomy if you're not going to respect ours?
Who's ours and why us? Like, why
your democracy. It comes from the people, and you guys don't support it. So this is on you.
Me?
This is actually kind of the original reason for the right to bear arms, was to make sure that any government that rises against what we believe is right, that we can form militias, have arms, and rise up against our own government.
Yeah, we don't have that in the UK.
No.
Yeah, it was based off of you guys. We totally did that because of you guys. And one of the amendments actually is because we put soldiers in our houses, and says that can't happen either, right? Like no occupation whatsoever.
But you are. I understand vibe, and that is why that the right to bear arms is there in the American Constitution. But going back to LA, what LA is talking about, LA has a gripe, and it's an ongoing gripe. He's not happy about not having this legal go ahead, to exit with the help of others, and because of that, he feels an injustice has been served to him in his very life, and he feels nobody should be born because they do not have this, freedom that he is aspiring to bring about.
I don't understand how people can support democracy but not accept any responsibility for its outcome. This is your system. Own it. This is on you.
This is our system, LA. That's where I struggle with this, right? This is our system. And the things I've heard you asking for are achievable in the United States. But if you don't think they are, there are other countries you can go to and you can opt out. You're like, I'm so up in arms. I don't like this.
So you don't accept any responsibility for your system.
Off the grid here. You
don't accept any responsibility for your system, the system that you support.
Okay,
that you authorize the violence that the state deploys.
LA. I don't authorize everything, right?
No, you authorize the system. You gave the legitimacy to it. You gave it its authority. You consent to this government because you support democracy. I do not.
LA, can I say something to you?
So, you don't support everybody having a say. You support who has a say then. Because democracy is everybody having a say.
You support the institution itself, so you're responsible for its outcomes.
Okay. So what do you support?
I support anarchy. You don't. So this is your system. This is on you, not me.
So you support only what you think, not what the collective thinks. That's what you're saying.
No, I support freedom. I don't support state violence. You do. So the state violence is done in your name on your behalf.
No, don't change it. Here is the question I'm asking you, LA. Is in your anarchy is I am my own being. I am in control of all my life. I make my decisions for what my best being is. Correct?
Right.
Okay. And I'm saying I live in a neighborhood. I like my next door neighbor. I like them. If any catastrophe were to happen in this neighborhood, I'd pull up with them because I trust them, right? I say I trust my community, and as a community, I think we can thrive. And if my
did you trust
community,
the state, not your community? Did you trust the state?
well, where do you think the state came from? How do you think each of these levels grew?
I don't care about you having your community. You're entitled to that. I'm talking about statism.
So ultimately, you're saying every human should just F off everybody around them and just live on their own feelings, not compromise once, not even just once, going, hey, you know what? I don't want your cows grazing on my field. And then, like, just little compromises. That
Again, I'm not trying to reform. I'm not trying to reform.
Even in anarchy.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is ridiculous. I'm not trying to reform your oppressive system. I know you're not going to reform it. The only thing I'm asking for is to not be forced to exist within your oppressive. This is your system. It's not mine. It does not serve my interest. It serves your interest.
Your system and how it would work.
But I'm not imposing my will on you. You're imposing your will on me.
I am not.
This is your democracy. It's not mine.
I'm telling you there's options, but I'm asking.
This is your system. It's your system. Take responsibility for it.
LA.
You are hysterical.
Let's adopt your system. Let's just magically change the whole world to your system.
I already said I'm not trying to change the world. You can keep your raggedy world. I don't want to exist in your oppressive system.
I'm not saying you have to. I subscribe. I'm on board. I already told you many times. I'd love to just take some land, put a house there, raise my family, have fun. And not be a part of the whole tax system, part of the whole state system. I prefer none of that to exist. To be true.
Do you support decriminalizing medical?
I am not mocking you, by the way. I am truly not mocking you. I really wish I could just grab a piece of land, raise a family, and that's it. Right?
Do you support decriminalizing medical assistance? Yes or no?
There are countries that have already done that.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question. Do you support decriminalizing in the United States?
Decriminalizing medical assistance.
You can do that in some states already. L.A., Los Angeles.
Can y'all let him answer the question, please?
Is that not what a DNR is?
No. Oh my gosh, this is obfuscation. No, it's not the same thing. I'm talking about an affirmative right to not an affirmative right, but to decriminalize it so that you have a natural right to obtain affirmative assistance and into your life. It's not the same thing as a do not resuscitate.
Right. So, I mean, I heard you bring up Dr. Kevorkian before, who came from Michigan, and he was doing that stuff while I lived in Michigan. This is a very interesting philosophical conundrum, which I'd love to jump into, but
long story short, you don't support my rights. You don't support it, which is why you're not going to answer the question.
No one supports your rights because
Can I answer it? So, I think again, AB, it's LA. AB's that YouTuber who does that.
You don't support it, so this is your system. I'm here because of you. You don't support my right, and I'm not sure why you couldn't answer the question directly.
Let me.
Well, I can answer this directly. It's not my system either. It's our system.
Let me try and
explain how is my system. You say ours. It's not mine. It's yours. I don't support democracy. I don't vote.
The channel owner, Jack. I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Let me give it back to you.
Okay. Yeah.
This is your show.
If I don't vote, how is it my system?
Let me answer your question. Because it's not black and white like you put it. So euthanasia, right? Having a choice to end your own life. Euthanasia is having a choice to end your own life. Should you be chronically unwell or have a chronically bad standard of living or be terminally ill, right? So this is a really difficult one because, like Vibe, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, and I believe in the doctrine of fundamentalist Christianity, right? What we read in the New Testament, okay? And what
I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
I'm not
your views should not control my life.
Your question.
He's just
So
because he's a Christian, he doesn't respect my rights.
What? How?
No. Listen. If you listen to my answer, then I can't just go. I can't answer your question in 4 words. I have to give
Your
my
personal background is irrelevant to my rights. It's not. Why are you even discussing that?
He's trying to explain something that I think is like just like a.
I don't care about you being a Christian. I care about you respecting my rights.
But
Jack,
I
you're trying
do,
to explain something
and most people do. And the point is if the collective believes in murdering someone, even if that person has willingly offered it up and it's their desire, we encroach on some fundamental morals that have seemed to have been in the Western civilization for a really long time. But with that said, and listen, you should listen.
Ridiculous. You can't murder somebody who gives consent.
Holy shit.
By definition, taking somebody else's life is murder.
It's their life, so that you can't take something that they gave away. It's their life. It's not yours.
They haven't given it away. They've said some words for you to do something. But my point is that I think it's a lot more complex, and I'm a bit more compassionate for those that believe that they are at a point where they no longer want to live anymore. They're terminally ill. They might only have 9 months to live, or they might be paralyzed from the neck down. And I find it really difficult to reconcile that with my own belief and my own faith. And I actually would say that on some level I would be happy, and I would be willing, and I on some level would be glad to see what you want, LA, in terms of being free to end your own life via proxy, right, via somebody else. But the difficulty is you're putting the onus of that on somebody else.
Who gave their consent? I can contract with anybody that I want. If they decide they want to do it and I pay them to provide that service, that is a private contract. I'm not forcing anybody to do anything. They're doing it of their own volition.
That's true. Although the overarching fundamental moral basis of Western society, and you can agree with this or not, is fundamentally based on Christian doctrine.
Then you should pay to maintain my involuntary existence. How about that? How about you pay my rent? How about you pay my education, my housing, my electricity, my student loans? You pay for everything. Since your Judeo-Christian beliefs supersedes my individual will.
I have no words in response to that.
Right, because you want me to pay for the consequences of your decisions. It's not my decision. You don't believe in free will. You don't believe in free will. You believe in a collective will.
Of course I believe in free will. And nowhere does it say in the teaching of Jesus, nowhere does it say in Gnosticism, in Christian Gnosticism, or conventional
Christianity.
Christianity, does it say that you don't have free will? Actually,
nowhere in the Bible does it say that you get to use the state to impose Christianity through force. It does not say that. You don't get to use your religious belief to impose it on people through the state. You don't get to do that.
What's really interesting is you don't you've taken my words and you've changed them completely into something else.
Yeah,
because you brought up your Judeo-Christian beliefs, which is completely irrelevant. But you want to use your beliefs to infringe on my rights.
Your question outside of the conframes of their own beliefs and experiences. That is how we interact as human beings. We base our responses, our opinions, our perspectives based on what we believe.
Then, if Christians are go around oppressing people, then we need to make Christianity outlawed. We should go around oppressing Christians because they're oppressing us. Why should you have a right to be Christian if that's going to infringe on my rights?
What on earth has that got to do with what I just said?
Because you're bringing up Christianity as if Christianity gives you a right to deny my rights. You don't have the right to bring that up.
I want to bring in Ragnarok. Ragnar, you've been waiting patiently. Thanks for that. Go ahead.
I've just been listening to the content of the conversation at hand. Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we hear you.
You're a little bit quiet.
It's good sound check. I'm trying to keep it calm, like energetically, because I'm not looking for arguments. I'm looking for intellectual conversation.
Good luck with that with him.
Well, I'll take a sort of middle stance. See, I do lean more Christian. Here's what I'd say, and I'd like you to listen, LA. you have an anti-life stance and you believe Christianity as a religious system or cultural standpoint is opposing a specific right that you want. Doesn't matter yes or no, I know that's what you're for because I've just listened to you. You believe God does not use free will. Free will is the first gift God gave to Adam. Do you know why? Because God wants worship. He wants a relationship with you. We all know that. But forcing a relationship is rape. It's actually abuse. And pardon me for the YouTube censors. I'm just trying to be literal. And trying to coerce somebody into worshiping you, honoring you, loving you, like a marriage, it doesn't work that way. God specifically, the narrative throughout the Bible, God wants you to make your choice. Okay, it's to kind of be cringe in Kingdom of Heaven, right? Sibylla, the princess girl who hangs out with Balian, we've seen the movie. She says Christianity says choose. Okay, Jesus said choose. Muhammad said submit. Right? Let's look at the whole chess field. You have Islam with their religious laws. You have Christianity with their religious laws. But here's the thing. And then you have your more prone atheism with a secularist idea, with an addendum for anti-life type thinking. That's what I'll label it. I'm just being observing. Look at the playing field. Okay, most people in all human history, you need to look at the planet as everybody's armed, doing something, either bringing food to the table, making inventions, networking, communication, war, hunting, survival, right? People work in groups. The main cultural bloc you live in is Western and Christian, is tolerant due to the Renaissance and Enlightenment. So the framework of you saying Christianity is something forced upon people, no. The church actually does not want you in its pews if you hate God. You chose that. You could come if you want. It's not forced on you. It's actually not allowed to be forced on you.
That's not the force I'm talking about.
Let me finish. It's not allowed to be forced on people. Like forced faith is not faith. Let me explain that.
I never said that.
You're claiming Christianity is forcing its religion on you. It's not.
No, I didn't say that. I said that you're using Christianity to impose your religious views through the state, that you're going to change public policy based on your religious views. That's what I'm talking about.
Do you know why public policy is anti-slavery, pro-free speech, pro-being armed? Christianity. You are allowed to say what the fuck you want when you want, and I'll let you say it. I'll protect you and allow you to say it.
The founding fathers were not
if you choose, I know, if you choose to or not, I'm coming at you as a more Pericles notion. Pericles of Athens, founder of democracy, all that jazz.
Yeah,
he would look at it philosophically. Okay, let's approach a philosophical point of this instead of a political one where we keep fucking arguing. When it comes to your current position, how many people share your point of view, would you say? I'll ask you that question. What's the number you think?
I don't think it's.
I would say one. I would say one because
I want to know how big his ideological tribe is. That's what I'm asking you.
It's
my
boring, probably.
specific views are unique to me.
Oh, just individualized. Okay. You need to understand.
It only takes one person.
Well, people are multidimensional and tend to operate on an individual view
it
or
appeals to popularity.
Dude, no,
It appeals to popularity.
No, you need to understand. It's your micro is your life. Macro is your environment. You want to survive in your environment? Rule number 1, understand the tribal politics.
I don't want to survive at all.
Well, this is why I wouldn't even have you in an army next to me.
And I don't want to be in your raggedy army. I don't want to be in your army.
Well, even in a city next to you, why would I invite you to the Athenian temple where we all debate on philosophical ideas?
I don't want to be invited.
All you would talk about is anti-life. No, I'm saying your view is anti-life. There is no argument.
So I'm useless to you. So you should support my rights because I'm useless to you. I should be as useless as possible.
No. I'm not going to support your.
You want to extract from me, and I am preventing you from extracting from me. Support my rights.
I want nothing from you.
You want me to support your raggedy army. You want me to support democracy.
No.
Your raggedy oppressive institutions.
Do you understand hypothetical parables?
No, he
Because
doesn't.
if you don't fucking understand what that means,
I know
we can't
you're
speak
not
to
being
each other.
literal. I know you're
We
not
can't,
being literal,
we
but I'm
can't
still
speak
going
to
to
each other
respond
if you
to it.
don't understand hypothetical parables, bro.
Yeah,
you're
like
You
being
think I
too
don't
literal.
understand? Why do you think I don't understand? I
like even I
understand perfectly.
understand Ragnar's hypothetical parables, and I like disagree with almost everything. But even I
He can disagree with it if he wants. It's fine. We agree,
exactly.
like with free speech. Like,
Here's the thing, though. I will grant you. I do understand where you're coming from, Ragnar, and your hypotheticals. You're trying to have a conversation, and like even though I don't agree with you, you know, like still though,
he's stuck on that one standpoint of his philosophy, and he thinks it's everything, right? So he's gonna push it out there like a politician.
Yeah, he's essentially a solipsist. Essentially, LA is essentially like the biggest solipsist I know. Essentially, like right now.
I think he doesn't understand when you speak to people, and I realize this today. When you speak to people, you're speaking to a cultural narrative.
Yeah,
everybody has a cultural narrative. The Christian West has their narrative from the Renaissance, the Dark Age, Crusades, coming all the way up to here. We admire that because it brought the world of secular liberalism. The very fact Catholic Christianity and then Protestant Christianity came to be, and then the Renaissance happened due to the exchange of different ideas, it made the Western world become more advanced, and it went forward. And if you speak to a Muslim, they'll talk to you about the golden age of Islam, from Turkey to the ancient caliphs and all that stuff. And they lament the idea that the entire region hasn't been united and it's all war. And they literally call Western people crusaders, okay? So when you're talking to a Muslim, either Shia or Sunni, they look at the West like, hey, you're the crusaders. We're all descendants of crusaders, actually. So we are our ancestors. The Islamic and Christian worldviews are both based on an Abrahamic foundation. Now, hear me out. When you are trying to communicate, you're relatively new. No, okay, cool.
They're not crusaders. There's no African crusaders. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Africa comes from a lot of tribal warfare. There's a lot of tribal warfare.
They're not crusaders, though. That's not the same thing.
No, you're not understanding. Dude, every single group has a cultural narrative. You're not getting that. You disconnected yourself from your cultural narrative, LA, and you chose to not be part of the cultural narratives that people have. Right?
Yeah.
So you're you. I have nothing against you being you, but that's the thing. You cut yourself off from your cultural narrative. You need to understand, and let's speak from the African sense. Africa has a lot of legendary warriors in their tribal warfares of the past. There's even some heroes and very fucking fucked up villains throughout the recent civil wars across central northern Africa. Okay, Islam and Christianity is actively fighting each other in the reaches of at least 10 African countries right now. It's been crusade versus jihad for them for 100 years. They've argued democratically, so many. It's civil wars over elections all the time, tribal politics. Every tribe has a narrative, right? The Zulu will tell you, "Oh, we don't like this tribe or that tribe. They're not treating us right." This happens all the time, and so from your perspective, your tribe is to be anti-natalist. Okay, that's you. You decided to cut yourself off from everything else, but you chose to pick this. That's your cultural narrative. That's your hill. Okay. Like me, I'm standing on the hill of Western secular Christianity. All the free speech, the freedoms you have, the idea of having human rights, the idea of being against horrific tyrants that violate your rights. You are approaching a Christian saying the Christian's violating your rights when no, he's not. You're just.
I don't have the same rights that is given to a cat or a dog or a capital murderer. I'm basically being punished because I'm a law-abiding citizen. So in order to get that right,
how are you being punished?
Because I'm forced to exist. Because I'm forced to exist against my will.
That's not a punishment. Oh, the world's a hard place. Instead of complaining about how the world fucked you up and you don't like it, how about you transmute that?
Yeah.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your
No. Okay, so you want
me to make the world a better place. You want me to make the world a better place for your benefit, not for my benefit.
No, I don't want you to try to make the world a better place. Make yourself better, and then it happens.
No, no, because anybody who does it, they're going to end up dead anyway.
No. If a bunch of people think about healing yourself, if everybody heals themselves, you have a better community. That's a fact.
Okay, guys, I want to bring
reform.
up
There was
Black Man
a,
is Fair. Black Man is Fair, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say, Black Man is Fair?
Hey, peace, what's going on? Yeah, I don't believe in Bible thumping and forcing views and opinions on other people. Everybody gets to be their own God, their own devil. F the world, F people. I think we all have an innate kind of thing where, hey, I'm not going to kill the next person because I don't want to die. You know what I mean? So we all give each other that room. And we all have freedom, and so everybody can be into their own religion and believe whatever the hell they want to believe in this world, right? But I don't believe in forcing their view and opinion on everybody else. We already letting everybody live every day. We don't go off and kill everybody, and you know what I mean. And so we already letting everybody be free and do what the hell they want. So to go trying to force things on other people, and that's manipulation to me, or that's trying to get people to be, to follow you. You're now their God. If they listening to you, they can't be their own God and their own boss and have their own self-esteem and stuff. If they listening to you, it's up for people to become their own being, their own self-realized being in this world, because any and everything will have you going which any and every way. You have to decide your own way in this world, and that's what it means to be grown, to be mature, and be your own person. So I just wanted to add that.
That's actually wonderful, and I agree, because it's literally love thy neighbor, and basically like don't like destroy certain things, right?
But you don't believe in free will, though. You believe in the state.
Of course I do. Are you nuts?
Wait,
Of course I do.
LA.
Well, then why don't you support my right to medical assistance then? If you don't, then you don't support free will.
Like 20
LA,
times.
you make a false equivalence about animals having the right that you don't have, because animals can't really necessarily choose that, and neither does the person on death row. It's I would say it's a false equivalency. I'd also like to just say, God, in the Christian sense, God is coercive. That's why he made hell. Hell is a punishment for not accepting Jesus. So, yeah, I mean, that's just not a ridiculous notion.
Which is why you
I
can incorporate.
don't think that's fair to say just in the Christian. I think in all Abrahamic Jews and Muslims.
Yeah, it's
I didn't say just in the Christian. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, but you just said in the Christian sense, so it does.
No, because he was he was talking about in Christianity that God wants you to have
I understand. Okay, sorry.
Relationship.
Anyway, God actually doesn't force you to do anything.
No.
He literally does not force you to do anything.
God gives you an ultimatum: bow down to me or go to hell.
Yeah.
So
it's not about bowing down. Somebody asked. You want to know what he asked? He asked repentance, bro. You
be my
do you
slave
have
or
the
else?
notion?
No. Well, either way, that's God's subjective viewpoint of right and wrong. That's God's subjective viewpoint of what should be, and God is forcing a lot of people.
God, it would be objective, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
What?
God has no subjective.
It's the fear of death. It's the fear of death, so that you act right in the living.
Because it is good by itself.
No. It is God. There's no objective, even from God's point of view, because it is God's subjective viewpoint.
It's actually the human articulation of what they think God actually wants. Because this didn't come from God.
Who gave God a viewpoint?
I know.
Who gave God a viewpoint?
Speaking in the hypothetical. We're speaking in the hypothetical as if God, the Christian God, was real. The point is, it's still God's.
The Christian God is very real.
No, it's not.
It's the preference of that God, which doesn't make it objective. Just makes it God's preference.
No, you're just a bunch of little antichrists, and you're worried about getting judged. That's what's up.
Let me write a book about, and then say that God said it, and then you guys can all submit to me, and then pretend that you're actually submitting to God.
I mean,
that would be powerful. I would love to see it happen.
The Church of the Anti-Natalist.
I'm in any human being that can show power.
Black
I'm
man
into any
is
human being
fair.
that can show power.
You just said something a few moments ago that I really identify with and really poignant. And I struggle to find a lot of Christians that and I have met a few that share this same viewpoint. And what you said
It's good to hear you, brother.
Is God? I gave God the viewpoint.
It's actually a good poignant saying.
Yeah, and I wondered what I just out of interest, I wondered if you could elaborate on that a bit more and just give me what you really mean by that, because I have my own concept of what you mean by that through my experience.
We need a book chapter on that right now.
Yeah.
That's actually very interesting.
So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And to answer really quickly, God can't do or can't go past, man's mind. Like we wrote the book, like we wrote everything. We wrote the standpoint. If you check God out, he's not doing or going any place past man's mentality, and he's constantly talking about a man's mentality. You know what I mean? So that's my interpretation of it. So I say we give him life. We gave him a standpoint of view, you know what I'm saying? But we came up with it. So it came from our mind. It came from somewhere of how we think.
So that's really lovely, and that really runs very parallel to what I believe. And I believe something slightly different in that God created me so that he could experience the world vicariously through my lens or through me. So God created me so that I could provide him with an experience, if that makes
Can
sense.
we talk about religion as an actual conspiracy to get back to the topic?
No,
This is the conspiracy. There's no basis that there is an actual God.
There's a lot of evidence.
It's a conspiracy theory. Religion is a massive conspiracy theory.
There's a lot of evidence. Perspective. That's rich. That's
all I hear are a bunch of anecdotes and personal.
No. Okay. Let's hear a conspiracy theory that is on the other side of the entire topic. Do satanic cults that do horrific things to people exist? Yes or no?
Yes. They are satanic.
Exactly. All right. So you have people. No, I understand. Let me finish. You have people who are more heathenistic, pagan, or straight up devil worshipping, right? You have those kinds of people out there. Look, you need to think about this as well. You have your atheists, you have your Christians, you have your Muslims, you have your Buddhists, you have a lot of Hindu people with different twists on Hinduism because there's so many different regions in India. You need to understand every single person has their sense of a political tribe. To you, I know you like left-wing politics. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not being violent. I don't give a shit. So the minute you start violating other people's rights, I'm a libertarian, right? I'll have a problem with that. So you believe it's a violation of your right. So just strictly libertarian, no religious talk. Just identified politics here. Libertarian and you antinatalist. So because they specifically focus on the rights being respected of people, right? That's the entire reason for the idea of libertarianism. Your consent is not being violated. You don't have the rights to take yourself out because are you going to take care after, before? I'm not even asking you to think about that.
So you don't believe in self-ownership? You don't believe in self-ownership?
No. I believe we're all connected, but we all own our things too. We're all together.
We own our own lives. Is that what you're saying?
I tell you what, there's reasons to take yourself out. There's reasons to do this type of thing.
I don't advocate that.
That's we're going to shut us down on LA's little sideshow for tonight. Okay, but we will talk about other things. Ragnar, would you like to go back to the main topic of the show, conspiracy theories?
Yeah.
And maybe talk about which ones you feel may be true or somewhat true or, total BS. Maybe some might worry you because people believe them and you feel they may be harmful to society, or others are just so insane that you just find them funny. Whatever you want to say on the subject, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's my conspiracy theory. Like all these dark death cults that run the elites and stuff, they go to the extremes because of human psychology. Like, you know how little phone apps and different app marketers like to check out psychology to like fuck with your mind. Like the casino is made that way to get you to spend money there, right? They can psychologically manipulate people for that purpose. Just with basic stuff, sounds and stuff like that. Like when you go in a casino and it's all exciting and stuff like that, right? Like when you win, the air is clean. It's like beautiful, beautiful. The thing is, the cults at B, right? There's over 46,000 cults connected to the Ball cult, the Epstein cult. That's a lot of cults. That's a lot of fucking people who are doing dark things. And the reason they go to the vicious extremes, they know that most people won't do shit. Do you know why? Because most people are incredulous. They're overly stimulated, and the incredulity of something so extreme being true would shatter their little ego. Their world was a 9 to 5 and whatever political bent they have or religious bent. That's most people. That's literally the NPC grade of most people. If you need to start thinking massively macro right now because of World War III basically starting, our Western sphere right now, like I'm not even trying to think individually right now, our Western sphere of influence, we need to start getting more armed, more prepared defensively. We need to stock up food. The economy is going to shit. We need to start taking care of our families, and everybody who takes care of their families is taking care of the country, because if we take care of each other mutually, we win. The problem here is the powers that be are trying to flush the fucking economy and start World War III because they know the Western people are going to hang all these cultists very quickly. That's their biggest fear. Every single hacker or people in the know who's like a white hat, supports the West, whatever the fuck, even the bad ones know this. They know the West right now is pissed. The entire working class, middle class is ready to rise up and hang most politicians involved in the Epstein files. Okay, this is the biggest current issue right now. Don't you understand that Iran and our supposed enemies, I don't even care about the Iran conflict. The thing is, they're going to put pressure on that. Okay, people thought they were going to use terror cells. All they need to do is put pressure on the Epstein gang. Donald Trump said he wants he wants surrender, undeniably, no accords, whatever the fuck. Iran replied, "We don't answer to the Epstein gang." The working class of the West is literally about to say the same thing. Because everybody's pissed. We've all been paying taxes to people who have been cannibalizing little children and worse. That's what's been going on. That is what's been going on. And they use psychology. There's a lot of evidence. They use psychology to gaslight the shit out of people to control them. They do the extremes. It sounds like it's not real, right? You just, as soon as you heard me say there's cannibalism happening, you were like, "Oh, that can't be possible."
Well,
you behaved incredulous.
Hear
me out. You literally became incredulous when I brought it up, and I told you the more extreme shit they do, they know most people are going to be, "Nah, that can't be true." That's what being incredulous means. That's the theory. That's the theory. They're using incredulity.
So like the thing is, are you basing that on the email stream?
Not everything from Pizzagate and all that noise.
Okay,
man.
Wait. Are you basing that on the email? Are you basing that on the email?
Dude, do you really? No, not just that. Do you really?
What your evidence is? I'm asking you what your evidence is.
Yes, there's a lot of evidence in the files.
Okay, what is that? What is the evidence? What is the evidence?
Dude, you can go read it in there. They literally fucking eat babies.
I was looking it up. Basically, all we had was a few back and forth emails where they made, which could easily have been making jokes about like eating a baby or something. I mean, people send like ridiculous, goofy emails to each other all the time. If you were to dig up email files from almost anyone, you could find some silly back and forth, and then say, "Oh, this is them talking about eating babies or whatever it is," and decide that it's true.
Are you downplaying this as evidence when there is evidence exactly what the fuck I'm talking about? Like, other people have seen it. People who come out of Hollywood, people No. Hear me out. You want fucking evidence? We have dozens of whistleblowers disappearing and not disappearing who are opening their fucking mouths. They all know that literally child trafficking and cannibalism is what they fucking do. It's a fact. That's what they're hiding.
Who's they?
That is exactly what they're hiding. Because if you understood what the fuck they are, they're the cult of the cult of ball, motherfucker. You're talking in a way that is so fucking aggressive and stupid. I'm mirroring your fucking energy right now.
No, you're getting worked up.
You're getting all fucking worked up.
This is the interesting thing. You're saying that
dude, you don't want to know anything. You're just talking over me, bro. Okay, it is the cult of ball. I'm giving you answers. Look, you don't want answers? Okay, you don't want. I'm literally telling you be quiet so I can give you answers. Okay. All right, the
Before
cult
the
of ball.
accident was actually exposed, it was just a conspiracy theory. Nobody believed it sounded so extreme. Now, let me just ask you this one quick question.
I'm trying to give him evidence, and you just butted in, bro.
Let me just ask a quick question. What makes you think that the Epstein case is going to lead to people rising up and waking up? Like, what do you think? Why do you think the American people are actually going to change their position and not be completely apathetic and sleep at the wheel?
You don't know the fucking history, dude. This is literally, dude.
I'm asking you
want to know the they. He asked the question first. Let me answer.
Before we get on that side conversation, the only point I was trying to make is that it seems like what you were saying is people don't think it's when it sounds so extreme, people don't want it to be true. Well, I'm saying the opposite could be just as true, whereas people like on your like what you're doing is you want it to be true. You're like, no, there's no way it can't be true. It has to be true. And you almost have
it's not that I want it to be true.
Wait, let me finish.
That is
you get this excitement from the idea that it might be true, because then it supports this whole like,
are you insane?
Fantastical notion that there's these evil, baby eating cults. And look, I'm not saying that children haven't been hurt. I'm not saying that children haven't been hurt, or that some small fringe groups haven't done horrific things.
Dude, why do you think you want me to think this is true? What the fuck?
I'm just saying that if you're saying that people, just as much as people don't want it to be true, there could be as many people that want it to be true.
Dude, what if it is true and there is evidence and your entire fucking argument is blown out the water, bro? Like,
what if it isn't?
Hang on. I can bring a different lens to this.
You don't want it to exist because it would break your little mind knowing you're fucking food on the hills of Ice Farm. Like, fuck.
I didn't insult you, okay?
Hang on.
When you do shit like that.
Do you guys know who Jimmy Savile is?
Yeah, he was a bad guy.
Jimmy Savile was a procurer of children for
the royal family, right?
Same cult.
He's the British Epstein.
People. There's many people that are unseen that are part of these upper satanic groups of people that fundamentally rule the world. I think the evidence from a circumstantial point of view is incontrovertible. Me and Ragnarok can't give you any physical, tangible, statistical proof. But
I'd say that's
have you ever? No, hear me out. Dude, you need to understand something. Have you ever heard of the cult of Baal or the Canaanites or demonic worship, such as Baal worship? You understand that stuff? It's not about watching something, bro.
I used to watch Mark Passio all the time. I know all about it.
Don't know who that. I don't know who that is, bro.
All right. Well, look at maybe you should educate yourself.
Say, well, look. So you're not understanding. Let me finish. The Baal cult is specifically a human sacrifice cannibal cult, and that is exactly what Epstein said he is. It's not my belief. It's what he said he is to a relative who explained that. Epstein has a relative. That relative literally went interviewed live. You can look this up. She said that Epstein said they're part of the Baal cult. They're part of the satanic Baal cult where they do a lot of horrific shit. If you understand the history.
Where is there a video of her saying
the actions that are exposed that they do?
Where's there a video?
No, you don't understand.
Can
you let me
speak?
speak?
Where's there a video of her saying that? Is there a video of her saying that?
No. No. Can you stop fucking repeating yourself and let me answer? Thanks, dude. I'm trying to not get fucking toned up right here, but you keep throwing questions like some sort of wanting to get a got you. There's no got you here. We're talking about current events. It's not even. You can argue this is not true or not. It's true. They admitted they're part of the cult of Baal. Dude, it's an ancient Canaanite. Dude, here, let me finish talking. The cult of Baal behaves in a certain way. How Epstein behaved, that is exactly what they did back in the day. Okay, do you understand?
Okay.
They used Baal cult symbolism everywhere.
Where is the evidence of her saying that, and where is the evidence that that is true?
There is literally a newsreel where she came out and said that. Okay.
Okay.
It's literally a relative of Epstein. All right.
Can you please link it?
Can I give you search words to pull it up? How about that? Can that work? So you can get it out right on your phone.
DNW will have to pull it up.
Well, take notes like a normal man and literally start just writing what I'm saying in key search words.
Dude.
Go watch David Icke's interview with Arizona Wilder, and then tell me what you think of that. And it's interesting, right? Because David Icke, if David Icke was on this show right now, he would find it difficult to reconcile my faith in Jesus Christ in the way that, that he would. But I fundamentally believe that the vast majority of his research, which stretches for longer than I've been alive, through
it's been stretching
tens of thousands of pages of let's call it circumstantial evidence, subjective experience, but it's all collated. And he is one of many people that haven't been afraid to voice this stuff. And there comes a point where if you are privy to that and you do your research by reading other people's books, like I have, other people's books, some people that are nowhere even near him in his circle or in whatever, but are talking about the same things, it is undeniable in my objective reality that there is a satanic force that controls a certain few human beings on this planet, and it's basically virus.
And they do very messed up things.
And
they were literally hunting black people on that island. They were hunting the N-word on that island.
Dude, they were treating they literally hunt black people down for sport and do organ harvesting. They literally treat little white girls as premium to trade. They literally went after Asian children like crazy, bro. Like white children, Asian children, dude, they went after Latino children, they went after Haitian children, they went after all sorts of children everywhere, bro.
Yes, I hear you. What was the hunting in the files?
Here's the thing about this,
was the hunting talked about in the files?
Before the Epstein
Dude, stop
Island was
repeating the
exposed,
question.
You just have to answer.
People would have dismissed it as a conspiracy theory. So the question that we should be asking
is... It's not a conspiracy theory, dude. That actually happened.
Let me just finish. So if the Epstein Island actually is true, the question we should be asking is, what else is true? What else is possible? Because if you're going to dismiss everything and say, oh, this is a conspiracy theory, there is no evidence, and you're not willing to consider that some of these things may actually be true, then basically it's a non-starter, because you just think it's
Kenny, feel free to interject. Kenny, feel free to interject whenever, mate.
No.
LA is. Did you read about that in the files? The hunting of black people.
Yes, it was.
Yes, I've seen it myself. It's in there. It's in there. It's actually in there. What he's talking about is very true. They legitimately hunted down black people on an island like a manhunt.
I wouldn't even. I didn't even bother looking into it because it's just.
No, I did, guys. I did look at it. What he said is absolutely true. It's fucking madness.
I believe you, but it's at the point where I just so don't give a shit about what's happened, what evidence is coming out, because it's not convincing me of anything. I already know. I knew this when I was 17 years old.
DNW.
Because they have their Pollyanna bodies where they can't handle anything that is pessimistic. This is the reason why we're in the position that we're in.
No.
DNW, can we do a show where you go over the files? DNW?
Yeah, okay.
Might not work on YouTube.
I remember one thing I do remember is in the files. It does look. There is something very suspicious where it looks like perhaps 2 young girls died due to asphyxiation.
Yeah, there's some dark stuff in there.
There is something that looks like that. It looks like they buried them somewhere. It does look like that in the files. In relation to the shooting of black people, there was something said. The N-word was used. I'm not sure. I remember looking into it, and I wasn't convinced if it was real or if it was a horrible joke. But again, it is something that should be looked into and given due concern and consideration. So, yeah, that's
the only reason I think there should be higher epistemic standard. I just think there should be a higher epistemic standard for what we consider. This is proof because it was said in the file. What is it actually saying?
No,
we will do that.
We have an email. There's an email from Epstein where he was talking about hunting N-words.
All right. As I said, I saw the email. We need to look at the context of it, etc., etc. But look, the guy was a deplorable human being. It doesn't surprise me if he was a racist.
Can I bring up a piece of evidence as well?
Can I ask Kenny to speak, please? Guys, please let Kenny speak. He's come back. He hasn't said a word. Go on.
Hi, I posted a video on your private chat. It's about the conspiracy that I believe to be true that I was talking about earlier, which is the original topic of this panel. I was wondering if you could kindly play it, and then to inform the debate, the panel, and they can give their feedback on it.
Okay, let me just have a look. 1 second. Yeah, it's a 7-minute or 8-minute video. Okay, one moment. I'll get that. I'll get that up.
It'd be interesting if we can discuss who actually coined the term conspiracy theory, because they had an agenda behind that also.
It's the CIA. It's the CIA when JFK got killed. They said that to make sure people didn't talk. They literally used public humiliation, like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. That entire psychological meaning of
what is
diminutive
causing this
is from that. It's literally brainwashing. This has been known for a long time.
Okay, guys, please, a bit of quiet now. This is the video. Kenny,
what is causing this rush to that? Like, how did this happen, and how did this happen so quickly?
Well, this is partly tied up with this issue of the college. So here's one way into it. So now professionals are bound by law to offer gender-affirming advice. They're bound by law. Okay, so this is what this means. If you bring your 13-year-old in to be evaluated by a physician or a psychologist, and maybe she has high levels of neuroticism, tilting towards depression and anxiety, and then that's making itself manifest in bodily discomfort. Now that's being shaped by this cultural fad that insists that if you feel uncomfortable in your body, it's because you're of the opposite gender. That's the psychological epidemic part of it. And we can talk about that in a little bit more detail. But now you're duty bound by law, if you're a professional, to say, oh, you think you're a boy? Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely 100% you are. What can we do to facilitate that move forward? And that all got, what would you call, pushed into the law under the guise of the elimination of conversion therapy. So unbelievable. Now, the problem with that is, you see, if you're a therapist or a physician, you don't affirm someone's identity. That's not your job. And your job is not to deny their identity either. Your job is to help them explore their identity and hopefully to develop it. And so someone comes to you, maybe they have body dysmorphia. And so maybe they're anorexic. That's a form of body dysmorphia. And so the first thing you do, if you have any sense, is you note that that's stemming out of an underlying, more global proclivity to suffer from depression and anxiety. So that's the big elephant in the room, depression and anxiety. So if the trans activist types say, well, the body dysmorphic types are more likely to have suicidal thoughts, it's not because they have body dysmorphia, it's because they're prone to depression and anxiety, and depressed and anxious people are more likely to have suicidal thoughts. And maybe body dysmorphia adds a bit to that, but nobody really knows. Probably adds some. But the fundamental issue is one of depression and anxiety. So now you're suffering from, unspecified self-consciousness, and the culture twists around to offer you a narrative. And the narrative is, oh, well, you're in the wrong body. And then the carrot is, and this is part of it gets extraordinarily pathological, is a lot of these kids who are suffering from this alienation are unpopular. And so, and now they're being enticed. It's like, yeah, well, you're not unpopular. You're interestingly special. So if you just take this carrot, you know, you're the opposite sex, all of a sudden you're not a victim, you're a brave, what would you call, you're a brave seeker after your redemptive identity. And now you can be elevated and you can be treated specially. And my God, you know, if you're an unpopular teenager, how could anything be possibly more attractive than that? And then you also think, well, why are teenagers gullible in that way? You know, why do they go along with the crowd? And the answer to that is, that's what you're supposed to do when you're a teenager. That's your job, right? Because first of all, you're with your parents and you're not yet a fully fledged individual. And so what you have to do is you have to become part of the group. And if you're not part of the group, well, maybe you're a stellar, you know, creative genius and you're exceptional in that manner, but more likely you're just a loser who couldn't fit in. And that sucks. That's for sure. So your job when you're a teenager is to fit in, as every teenager knows, you know, and maybe not just to fit in, but, you know, to fit in a positive way that elevates the community. But we could just settle for fitting in. And so teenagers are wired to go along with the crowd. And then if the crowd is offering something pathological, that happens all the time. You get a psychological epidemic. And I knew that. I told you. I told the Senate this in 2017. And why did I know? Well, I knew the literature. We've tracked psychological epidemics going back 300 years. 300 years. Here's some of them. Multiple personality disorder. It cycles in society. Disappears, then there's one case, then it spreads like mad. Then there's multiple personality disorder everywhere. Teenage girls mostly. Then people get skeptical about it, and it dies. And maybe it disappears for a whole generation or two. Then a case pops up. Just does this. That's happened for 300 years. Cutting was a psychological epidemic. Bulimia was a psychological epidemic. Anorexia was a psychological epidemic. The satanic daycare ritual abuse accusations that came out in the 1980s, that was a psychological epidemic. And the rule basically is that if you confuse people about a fundamental element of their identity, then those who are already so confused they're barely hanging on are going to fall prey to that, and all hell's going to break loose. And that's exactly what's happened in the trans situation.
But the difference between this one as opposed to the other ones, like multiple personality disorder, is that this one is being reinforced culturally. Like you are rewarded.
Yeah, well, the multiple personality disorder, that happened there too, because you'd get a lot of attention from media, especially the people who are the first, who display the first symptoms of multiple personality disorder. You know, you get a psychologist or a psychiatrist or an alienist, if you go back far enough, who reports this fascinating case of multiple personality. And, you know, there are people who are dissociative. So they kind of have multiple personalities. They're united by memory. They're usually creative people, because creative people have multiple personalities. That's what makes them creative. They're not the same from day to day. You could even say they have fluid identities. You know, and so the claims of the gender types that some people have fluid identities, it's like, yeah, creative people do. They're the purple-haired types with like nose rings and tattoos. That's all part of trait openness. You combine that with, then you get people who are fluid in their identity, who are also prone to depression and anxiety. So that's also crystal clear. And so, well, so look, if you're an outsider, will you want to be a dull and contemptible outsider? Or do you want to be an interesting and compelling and nouveau, exciting outsider? Well, you know, if you're a teenage girl and you've been unpopular, that's brutal, because, you know, you get tied up with those mean girls.
Yeah.
They shun you and exclude you. It's absolutely brutal. You know, you're just living a peripheral existence. You got no friends. Everyone's contemptuous of you, you know, and maybe that's partly because you have something that marks you out from the norm, like a tilt towards autism, because a lot of the people, it was just released with the Tavistock staff, you know, the Tavistock closed down in the UK. That was the big gender surgery performing institute in the UK.
How
which
is
they
that closed
it
down? What happened?
Government closed it down.
So
yeah, because they knew that they figured out in the UK that, wow, the rates of transgender transformation requests were skyrocketing. And even the people at the clinic knew that they were rushing people along the transformation pipeline way faster than they should have without proper clinical evaluation.
Mental.
Crazy, eh?
I love Jordan Peterson.
And this bullshit's still getting normalized today.
I know.
Can I
And it's
give
so
you a
perfect.
historical frame of reference?
Yeah.
The earliest layers of this behavior go into Nero Rome, as well as when the Syrian emperor, he did the same thing. It's a sort of spirit in the collective that's literally causing people to be transgender. Like I may call it a spirit in scientific terms. You might call it some sort of like
mental illness.
It's like you can call it a mental illness in scientific terms. On spiritual terms, it's so from a spiritual perspective. I'm not going to try to inundate it too much with that perspective. It seems to me like some sort of egregore, a collective manifestation, right? Just the idea that humans can create spiritual things with their collective gestalt field. Because humans do have an energy field. It's a gestalt field. Our collective belief can manifest certain things. I truly believe this. That's why I'm asking you to run with me on this. This being is very transgenderized. And it's like I'm building an archetype of the trend. You got people hurting themselves. You got people confusing themselves, leading to infertility. The end. Let me finish, bro. I'm almost done. The infertility coming out of the self-harm and also the transitioning is massive, right? Some people legitimately have some sort of gender issue, but some people, it's a trend, just like Jordan Peters said. They're psychologically trying to make it cool. It is a brainwashing thing. Your conspiracy theory that of like trying to say that this is being normalized, yes, that behavior is being normalized. You have all sorts of children all over the world in multiple ethnicities, be they white, black, Asian, even Latino. This is happening. It's in the self-harm, in the